I needed a little bit of wake up juice. So as you can see, I have pure black coffee to match my heart and soul. Perfect. Okay, so what I had planned for today may go a little haywire because there is a certain kitty who is very, very loud and it needs attention. But I also want to start reading another book. But if the kitty is being loud, then she's going to interrupt my audio, and I'm gonna have to re-record the lines. So maybe I will read right now while she is sleeping. And if she starts doing her kitty sounds, I'll have to take a break and do something else. And I also wanted to do my nails, but also if she jumps up here, she's gonna get the nail polish remover on her, and or the nail polish on her, and that will be a big mess. So I gotta juggle a bunch of things. I don't know if I'm planning on going for very long, but we will see. I have a lot of things to get done this week. And there's only 3 days this week. There's today, the 29th, then the 30th on Tuesday, and the 31st on Wednesday. And I gotta do something else by the end of the month, ideally. So, we will see. Anyway, welcome to hell. I hope you enjoy your stay and don't get tortured too much. Let me see if I can find a couple of cool news articles. Just to get started and get in the mood. Let's see if I look for any current Alamau news. Oh, this one sounds like an interesting headline. Let's go to that one. What the heck? Okay, so here's the first article I found, which I think sounds like a pretty cool a pretty cool headline. So this is from The Guardian, published Saturday, January 27th, 2024, by Richard Luscombe. Pentagon ex-UFO chief says conspiracy theorists in government drive spending. Sean Kirkpatrick, that name sounds familiar. Where have I heard Kirkpatrick before? I assume it was during it may have been during the NASA board. Sean Kirkpatrick is an American laser and materials physicist and was the first director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office of the United States Department of Defense. He is also the adjunct assistant professor of physics at the University of Georgia. He gave testimony to the Senate Armed Service Committee's subcommittee on emerging threats and capabilities on April 20th, 2023, after retiring in December 2022. Kirkpatrick revealed the stories he had been told while investigating UFO sightings. He blamed a core group of government workers for perpetuating myths about UFOs that millions of taxpayer dollars are then spent looking into. And then there's a bit more here in the brief on the search engine, but we'll leave it there. I'm sure the article will mention a bit of his accolades and his work history. Okay, so back to the article. Pentagon ex-UFO chief says conspiracy theorists in government drive spending. Sean Kirkpatrick, the first director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, blames, quote, core group of government workers. So I guess maybe that search just copied this article's thing. It might be, I don't know. It was Brave Search. I assume what it does is it takes recent relevant events and material. So maybe it saw this and it decided to, since this is a recent article from Saturday, I wanted to cover that in their search engine brief. Okay, let's see. Let's look at this cool picture that they have here. Oh my goodness. Why would it do that? No, that's not. I want the image. Where is open image link? There is no. What the? Can I? Oh my goodness. Well, this is a super weird, strange picture, which I will post on Discord in the general chat. Oh my god, it's an AVIF again? We gotta find who made AVIF. And WebP. And the people who made... Let me pull it up real quick. Jamie, pull that shit up. Gotta find these three group of people. We gotta find the person who made AVIF, the person who made WebP, and the person who made this skin on Halo Infinity with a pizza on your BR and your commando and your shotgun. And we gotta take all of those people and eliminate them from the gene pool. They have nothing good to contribute to society. Anyway, this picture looks quite strange. It's I don't know what it's supposed to be, but okay. It's like an American woman bringing apple pie to an alien, and he's kind of spooked by it. He's afraid he's going to be poisoned. And then behind that alien who is spooked, there is a saucer with two more aliens inside. This one looks like he's soy jacking. Look at him. He's doing the O face. I can probably use that in a thumbnail in the future or something. Anyway. The article begins, conspiracy theorists working for and within the US government are perpetuating myths about UFOs that millions of taxpayer dollars are then spent looking into. A, quote, self-licking ice cream cone, according to the Pentagon's former chief investigator of unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP. Sean Kirkpatrick made the claim in a podcast. Oh, that's perfect. That's the perfect place to make claims and provide evidence. A podcast. Sean Kirkpatrick made the claim in a podcast this week after stepping down last month as the first director of the Defense Department's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. It was set up in 2022 to collate military reports of UAP sightings and to be more transparent about what the government knows. I guess AARO we'll just call it ARROW. ARROW's first comprehensive historical record report, which has been submitted to Congress and is set for publication later this year, contains no evidence of the existence of alien life or any government cover-up, Kirkpatrick says. But many lawmakers, he insists, are only too happy to embrace unsubstantiated stories circulated by, quote, a core group of people. Probably, what's his name? The guy with the UFO channel, the daily UFO sightings. Daily UFO sites. I haven't seen anything pop up in my sub box, so I don't know if he's posted in the past few days. No, the last thing he posted was 2 weeks ago, which I covered last stream about that alien figure in the mountain that only has one picture at a very low resolution. Maybe he's the guy. They eliminated him. He is now unpersoned. That's why he is not uploaded in 2 weeks. The glowies went after him. Let's see. Circulated unsubstantiated stories circulated by, quote, a core group of people about secret government UFO research programs. Those include startling claims from the former U.S. intelligence official and whistleblower David Grush last year about intact alien vehicles and non-human biologics, or biological matter, stored at a remote facility, which I believe some people may or may not recognize as Area 51 and or other areas. Wait, what the heck? On OBS, I see that the mic has a... It's constantly at like negative 40 decibels. I don't know if that's the heater. Maybe it's static, but I'm not sure. Let me listen real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay, it sounds fine. I think it was just that the heaters... I don't know why it's... it seems like it's so loud at negative 40, but it didn't seem all that noticeable when I verified in the on the playback, so I don't know. I'm a little spooked. Anyway, let us continue. David Grush last year about the intact alien vehicles and non-human biologics or biological matter stored at a remote facility. Quote, There's some of the same people that have been working behind the scenes with Congress to write legislation, Kirkpatrick told the In the Room with Peter Bergen podcast. Quote, they're the same people that worked with a U.S. company and the U.S. Army to explore a piece of material that they claim was a UAP and really is a piece of missile casing from the 1950s. They're the same people that have been influencing some of these whistleblowers who have come forward to say, hey, I don't have any first-hand evidence, but all these people are telling me this. You know, I heard something about... I believe that's typically my assumption where people make claims and they heard about this. I don't know if it's a healthy skepticism, but apparently a reporter who did not disclose the name of his sources, but the sources are supposedly people who are close to Trump. They said something about how I believe it's a military cemetery, where Trump referred to them as supposedly losers for being dead and or for having died to begin with. And so it's like at least a 3 or so degrees of separation. The journalist who's publishing this information received it from a source who is supposedly close to Trump. But I guess the source is unnamed, which I guess if you are close to someone like Trump, if you're close to Biden, if you are in that realm, you do not want your name disclosed. But I don't know if it sounds believable. It sounds like something he'd say, but it also sounds like something somebody would make up about something that Trump would say because it is so believable. So there's just this, I don't know who to believe. I am very hesitant. I am not easily going to accept the things that people say, especially when it comes to somebody as heavily globally hated as the Geoda's number 45 Trump. And of course, the Trumples will never believe it. Anyway. Okay, we're like halfway through here. Let me see if I can find anything interesting. Kirkpatrick declined to identify the people by name. How typical. The very same thing I was just complaining about sources who don't want to be named. That's also happening here. How coincidental. Kirkpatrick declined to identify the people by name, but agreed with Bergen's observation that, quote, the actual conspiracy is being carried out by a group of true believers themselves to get the government involved in the business of investigating aliens. Quote, this is a self-licking ice cream cone, exactly, Kirkpatrick said. The best thing that could have happened in this job is I found the aliens and I could have rolled them out, but there's none. There's no evidence of extraterrestrials. There's no evidence of aliens, and there's no evidence of the government conspiracy. End quote. Kirkpatrick said in a resignation essay published by Scientific American last week that he feared lawmakers have succumbed to, quote, conspiracy-driven decision-making and sensationalism in their rush to, quote, uncover the cover-up. Quote, worrisome is the willingness of some to make judgments and take actions on these stories without having seen or even requested supporting evidence, an omission that is all the more problematic when the claims are so extraordinary, he wrote. Quote, some members of Congress prefer to opine that aliens to the press rather than get an evidence-based briefing on the matter. Members have a responsibility to exhibit critical... I don't know if, from experience in my 20-plus years of understanding how the government functions and works, I don't believe it is a requirement for members of Congress to responsibly exhibit critical thinking skills. If anything, evidence seems to point to the contrary. And I think that's about it. That's about everything we can really get from this article. Let's see something about religion at the end. Even so, Kirkpatrick said, there are those unlikely to ever accept scientific explanation. Quote, there's absolutely nothing wrong that I'm going... Nothing. There's absolutely nothing that I'm going to do, say, or produce evidentially that is going to make the true believers convert, he said. It's basically a religion, a religious belief that transcends critical thinking and rational thought. You know what? I think that perfectly describes the state of many people today. A religious fervor brought about by social media addiction. Let's say social media addiction, as well as demagogues and and dogmatic beliefs. Those three, maybe a fourth thing. What's the fourth thing I'm missing? Maybe like some sort of insider, some belief in having insider knowledge, the true knowledge of the way the world works. There's conspiracies all abound about what the Democrats are doing, what the Republicans are doing, that the mainstream media will not cover, but the QAnoners know. They know the truth. That's an interesting article. I don't know if the coffee is messing up my throat. It might be. Okay, let me see. I think I had a couple of older articles saved up here. I have one here about the moon, the moon's resources. I think I got this this article at the same time that I got the moon burials. And I still have not yet looked into the Navajo claims about the their opposition to the moon burials on the grounds that it is sacred. Okay, so this was from way back at the beginning of the month, from January 6th, 2024, on The Guardian, published by Robin McKee, a science editor. Moon's resource could be, quote, destroyed by thoughtless exploitation, NASA warned. Astronomers say launch of dozens of lunar probes could jeopardize research and valuable resources, such as sea ice in craters. Wait. Oh, okay. I thought they cock-blocked me from reading the rest of the article. Oh, okay. So I think what happened is that this article may be tangentially related to the moon burial one, because it does say that here's the picture of the Peregrine lunar lander. Again, it's a rendition, as it will look on the surface of the moon. So it's like a Blender rendition. Okay, so I guess this is just a different, another opposing, or maybe not opposing, another potential conflict that people may have regarding the Peregrine Took lunar lander. Science and business are heading for an astronomical clash over the future of exploration of the moon and the exploitation of its resources. The celestial skirmish threatens to break out over companies' plans to launch dozens of probes to survey the lunar landscape over the next few years. An early pioneer, Peregrine Mission 1, is set for launch this week. So that would have been... the 6th was the very first week of the year, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4... 4 weeks ago. The aim of this extraterrestrial armada, largely funded through NASA's $2.6 billion Commercial Lunar Payload Service (CLPS) initiative, is to survey the moon so that minerals, water, and other resources can be extracted to build permanent, habitable bases there. These would later provide a springboard for manned missions to Mars. But astronomers have warned that an unrestricted rush to exploit the moon could cause irreparable damage to precious scientific sites. Gravitational wave research, black hole observations, studies to pinpoint life on tiny worlds that orbit distant stars, and other research could be jeopardized, they say. Quote, "The issue has become urgent," Martin L. For some reason, I saw the periphery of my eyes saw the word Martin, but the word that my brain wanted to read was Martian, because I was thinking of, is his name the Martian, the Disney guy, the Looney Tunes guy? What's his name? Is it Martian Marvin? Okay, Martian Marvin the Martian, and then this guy's called Martin. So my brain is just go all tangled up. Oh no! I don't know much about this character. I just know that I've seen him a handful of times. Okay, let's start that paragraph over again. Quote, "The issue has become urgent. Martin..." I almost said it again. "The issue has become urgent. Martin Elvis of the Center for Astrophysics, Harvard and Smithsonian, told The Observer. Quote, "We need to act now because decisions made today will set the tone for our future behavior on the moon." This point was backed by astronomer Professor Richard Green of the University of Arizona. Quote, "We are not trying to block the building of lunar bases. However, there are only a handful of promising sites there, and some of these are incredibly precious scientifically. We need to be very, very careful where we build our mines and bases." Later this month, a working group, recently set up by the International Astronomical Union and headed by Green, will meet UN officials to start negotiations that would, it is hoped, lead to a strengthening of legislation for protecting interplanetary resources. The 1967 Outer Space Treaty prevents nations from making territorial claims on celestial bodies, but says nothing about space mining and exploitation of resources, the journal Science warned recently. An illustration of the problem facing scientists was highlighted by Green. Quote, "A few deep lunar craters have been discovered to have been shrouded in shadow since the moon formed billions of years ago. Sunlight has never reached their floors, and so they are unbelievably cold, probably only a few dozen degrees above absolute zero, and that makes them scientifically very valuable." We're almost done. Seems like a pretty interesting, concept to keep in mind, especially because I believe, is it called Blue Origin? Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk's space programs, maybe. Also, they may also be caught in the crossfire of this argument, even though it's NASA who's going to be landing there. Blue Origin. Blue Origin was founded by Jeff Bezos with the vision of enabling a future where millions of people are living and working in space. And then, is SpaceX also doing manned missions, or are they just plopping satellites up there for internets? Where is the SpaceX wiki? SpaceX is an American spacecraft manufacturer, launch service provider, defense contractor, and satellite communications company headquartered in California, with the goal of reducing space transportation costs and ultimately developing a sustainable colony on Mars. I see. Okay, so they want to go to Mars too, which would probably require a port on the moon, a lunar port, to refuel and resupply. I wonder, could they slingshot from the moon using the moon's gravity? I don't think it's strong enough, is it? I ultimately don't really care all that much. I'm not even going to look into it, but I'm going to assume it is not as useful. Let's see. The company currently operates the Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy rockets along with the Dragon and Starship spacecraft. I'm not sure if they're going to be mentioned in the article. Let's see if they are concerned about... Well, I guess it did say at the beginning, the very first paragraph, the Celestial Skirmish threatens to break out over companies' plans to launch dozens of probes to survey the lunar landscape. So I do assume it also includes billionaire companies. Okay, so we're talking about the side of the moon that has not been touched by the sun, who are just a few dozen degrees above absolute zero. Craters like these would be ideal for housing delicate scientific instruments, for example, infrared telescopes that need to be cooled constantly, and there are plans to build such an observatory, one that would be powerful enough to observe distant, dim stars that might have small rocky planets in orbit around them. Quote, "These are ideal places to seek life, but they lie outside the limits of current observations," said Green. In addition, it is thought that these lightless craters may contain water in the form of super cold ice that did not evaporate as it did elsewhere on the moon during its early history. These sunless seas of ice could reveal precious information about the history of water's arrival, possibly via comets, on the moon, and on nearby Earth, where it played a key role in the appearance of life. However, craters filled with ice would also be priceless in the eyes of lunar colonizers. Colonizers, huh? And would become irresistible targets for companies and astronauts setting up colonies. Quote, "Water is going to be incredibly important to humans on the moon, but we have to make sure it is taken from places that are not scientifically irreplaceable," said Elvis. Another key site has been earmarked by radio astronomers. It lies on the far side of the moon, which is shielded from the chaotic radio emissions that pour from Earth. It would be an ideal place to erect a giant telescope that could detect, without interference, ultra-low radio waves that emanate from the early universe and which would provide crucial information about the formation of the first galaxies. Many, they mentioned earlier, this is halfway through the paragraph, but they're mentioning other lunar probes. Many, like Peregrine Took, will be built and launched by private companies and will include Viper, a robot rover that will survey the moon's south pole, Lunar Trailblazer that will survey its surface for water, and Artemis II, which is scheduled to put a 4-person crew in lunar orbit later this year. In this way, the sites of resources that will be crucial for building and running colonies will be revealed. Many early robot missions will fail, and the route to lunar exploitation will be strewn with setbacks. Nevertheless, lunar industrialization now seems a real prospect. This will help science by bringing down lunar costs, but astronomers stress should not involve the reckless destruction of sites that are unique to the moon and invaluable to science. And here's the closing paragraph. Quote, "The trouble is that it takes a long time to make changes to UN treaties, so we have to act now if we are to have a hope of making sure we have international agreements in place to protect the unique scientific features of the moon and ensure they are not destroyed through thoughtless exploitation," said Green. I wonder if... I would imagine so, but I wonder if the billionaires' companies are at all worried or concerned or even considering whether or not their own space debris and exploitation, if that's at all a policy in their minds. I wouldn't imagine so, because very many companies, even here on Earth, are seem to be quite antagonistic towards their own customers. For instance, by not wanting their own customers to repair the product, how about you just buy a new one instead? That seems pretty antagonistic, and I guess it's economical for the company to get customers to buy a new product, but it is not ecologically friendly. And based off what I understand of companies these days, it would not surprise me if lunar, what should we call them, if space companies are careless and not at all concerned to the slightest degree about garbage and e-waste on the moon. So this is definitely something I'll have to keep an eye out for. Just a thing to keep in mind. I wonder if science fiction stories and franchises have at all considered something like this. For instance, Halo takes place in like the 2550s, and so I don't know how much of the world building they would have done to consider space debris and exploitation. I believe there's the UNSC was brought about after some changes to the UN and stuff. I don't know too much. UNSC. I don't know too much about the lore that takes place outside of the game. No, not this UN. It gave me the United Nations Security Council, not that UNSC. UNSC Halo. You stupido. There we go. United Nations Space Command. It is the Unified Earth Government Military Branch. History. The history in 2565. The amount of Covenant raids rise, and the UNSC retaliated with new weapons designed to disrupt plasma weaponry and won several crushing blows against the invading zealots. I do like I did greatly enjoy reading the I guess we would call it like the sci-fi elements of the Fall of Reach. How you have to keep in mind that you have to have cryosleep, and you have to have food and water and resources for these massive spaceships and stuff, which it seems super duper cool. But if that is going to be a reality, we have to also consider how the heck did we get to that point. So I wonder if in Halo's quote history, there's they had to go through this. I don't know if there are other books, or I think there's graphic novels too, right? Halo graphic novel. There are some. Indeed, yes, there are. So I wonder if in some of these they tackle some of these topics about early space exploration, or how the fuck do they get the fuel, and what batteries, what energy sources are used in these massive warships and those in the stations around Earth and Reach. How much energy and power do you need to get all that stuff up and running and to maintain it? It sounds like it might get pretty expensive. Okay, so it seems that the kitty is asleeping. So I will take this opportunity to do my nails, and we will put on a big feet, and hopefully I can continue in peace and quiet to do my nails without any kitty jumping on my desk and messing me up. I have to be super duper quiet. I have been oh shit, I forgot to mention earlier today I saw like maybe an hour or two ago, I saw outside there was a truck from, I believe, either the electric company or the internet company. So I was a little spooked that maybe the internet was gonna die. And it might still die. Let me go check if they're there right now. Give me 1 second. Yes, the truck is definitely still there. And so if the stream dies, that may be part of the reason why. So try not to be too spooked. It's not a big feat that got me, hopefully. It's just the internet people got me fucked up. Okay, let's go find a Big Feats episode. Oh, right, I was gonna mention the official channel is called Sasquatch Chronicles. And the channel did not upload for quite a long time. Okay, let me pull this up. Jamie, pull that shit up. So here is the channel on my account. And there's a break here. So all of this was 6 months ago. So this one, episode 825 for the members. It was a preview of that. That was uploaded 6 months ago. And then he just suddenly stopped uploading. So I was so scared. I was like, what the heck happened? But luckily I went to the website and he keeps uploading there. So I was just so confused. What happened? He never did respond to my email. I did type it while I was live on stream. Let me just double check. Let me check my junk mail. My spam. I've been checking consistently and I did not see anything, so I think he just didn't bother responding, or I have no idea. I don't think he ever even addressed it. Why he stopped uploading on YouTube. Spam. Nothing. I did send it, right? Let's go. Sent. That's the last email I sent because I don't really type emails to people. So I sent this on 9/20/2020, September. I sent him an email asking about YouTube uploads, but he didn't respond. But thankfully, he's uploading again. I'm not sure if he got like tired about having to upload on YouTube, or he lost the password. It might not even be him. It might be like an editor or something, somebody who uploads it here. But I got so spooked, and then 2 days ago he started uploading again. He fucking spammed my soapbox. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 videos in one day. I think. Let's check this one. Tap, tap. That's the last, the most recent one he uploaded, and the first one he uploaded. Does it show the time? It does not show the time. Okay, so the first video back was, the most intel that I have here is January 6th, 2024, and the latest one he uploaded also January 26th, 2024. So I guess he was back for one day, and now he maxed out his upload or something by uploading 30 videos back to back to back to back. But because he hasn't been doing because he hasn't been uploading new videos recently, I had to go back to the older episodes, and I had not heard prior to like maybe a week or two ago. I had not heard this older intro that reminds me of a music from the Batman Returns game that I just played last Halloween. Okay, let's listen to this one, episode 210. I think this one has that old episode, that old intro that I'm thinking of. Oh fuck! Fucking 3 times speed. What the heck? Starting some monkey sounds on stream, and that'll be my that'll be how I spook the kitty, just making monkey sounds.
Jesus Christ, you better. Sheriff, Zia! Hello? Get somebody out here. What's going on now, sir?
Okay, so the part that reminds me of the Batman Returns is coming up right after this tone that's playing right now. Okay, this part right here. So listen to this, and then I'm gonna pull up the OST and try to find it. I think it's the music that plays in the cathedral level. Okay, now let me go find Batman Returns, Sega Genesis, a soundtrack. Oh fuck, it might be loud as fuck. No, wait! Okay, let's see. I hope it's titled correct. Oh, I gotta kill the camera here. I hope it's titled correctly. Gotham City 2. Maybe what happened, because I think I do recall when I was streaming this game, I think I did mention that for some reason I was thinking of some of the music from this game, and it might have been because I heard this intro to Sasquatch Chronicles, and that part of the intro reminded me of it, so just my brain just put those two puzzle pieces together. So there is no song here titled Cathedral, so it might just be called Gotham City. There's 3 different Gotham cities. Okay, let's see. This is the first level. Oh, this is that fucking... I always thought it was like a ship, like a shipwrecked vessel that's like sideways. That's why that mission is sideways, but it's buildings. I was a pretty stupid kid when I couldn't decipher video game graphics because they're all pixels. I think it was this what I'm thinking of. This is definitely the cathedral level, but it's called Gotham City 3. Okay, now that we had a little bit of that, let's go back to the Sasquatch Chronicles intro. Let's go back a little bit. Okay, so they're not as identical as I thought, but I guess my brain just attached those two. They're similar enough in my mind that I made that connection. I had never heard them side to side like this, so now I know for a fact that it's not the same thing. But what if the person who made this song in Sasquatch Chronicles played this game in the 90s and they were just stuck in their head, and so they subconsciously copied it. Since we're here, let's listen to the best soundtrack of the game called Penguin's Lair. That is 2 minutes long. God, what an awful track. What an awful, lazy piece of music.
Well, look who it is. Welcome to the show, everyone. Thanks for being here tonight. Got a great show planned for you this evening. Going to be speaking to Dan Baker. And Dan's actually a researcher. He's been looking into this for many years. He'll be sharing his own personal encounter with us and also his take on what he thinks Sasquatch is. So look for that coming up here in a moment. If you've had an encounter and you'd like to be on the show, shoot me an email. My email address is wes@sasquatchchronicles.com. And if you get a chance, check out the website, sasquatchchronicles.com. Become a subscriber, help the show keep going. I appreciate all your guys' support. Appreciate you guys listening to the show. Also, if you get a chance, leave us a review on iTunes. It definitely helps us out. Any way you guys can support the show, I definitely appreciate it. How's your weekend treating you? I think it's going to be like 85 here tomorrow in Vancouver. It's going to be hot. That's hot here. So I'm excited about that. Hopefully I'll make it down to the river. I hope your guys' weekend's going well.
Make it down to the river, to the sea.
Let's jump into it tonight. Dan, welcome to the show. Thanks for being here tonight.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And if you would, I know you were 12 years old when you saw the Patterson film, and that really sparked your interest in this whole topic. But what really pushed you into researching it? You know, I know you had an encounter, and we can get into that, but prior to all of that, what really pushed you into this topic, wanting to look into Sasquatch?
Well, after the Patterson film, like my bio says, it really sparked an interest in me, and pretty much all my life, I watched as many TV shows and documentaries and read as much as I possibly could,
Thanks. But these are the Christmas color nails, and I gotta get rid of them. So gotta get rid of the Christmas colors, and then we're gonna be doing a black, all black nails.
On the phenomenon of
We'll see if I can do it uninterrupted by the kitties.
Bigfoot, and as I got older, of course, the internet came along, and that opened up a whole new, variety of areas that I could go for doing research online concerning Bigfoot, and so I did as much as I could on there, and I still do, but I figured that I needed to actually get out in the field and start looking around for myself, because I knew that there were quite a few reports here in Ohio.
Yes, if I could only pick one color of nail polish, it would definitely 100% be black. Black nail polish always goes with the rest of my my wardrobe. Additionally, also goes with my coffee. It's perfect. Literally couldn't think of a better color. There's no better nail polish color than black. Change my mind.
Of Bigfoot sightings and encounters, and I had heard about the Ohio Grassman and things. So my wife and I got together and we started going out and doing things. And
I completely forgot to say the title of this episode. This one is episode Sasquatch Chronicles episode 210. Encounter while investigating a property. So that's what we're in for here.
And one thing led to another, and on June 6th of 2013, I had my sighting. But I've always also been interested in anthropology, paleoanthropology, and primatology. So I started studying those areas a little bit. In an effort to try and piece things together as to what these creatures could possibly be.
Well, tell us about your encounter that happened back in 2013. What were you guys out doing? And if you would, for the audience, just walk them right into it.
Okay, well, it's kind of a long story. It starts off, in the morning. We were invited to go on a research outing in Carroll County, Ohio, and it started off on a Saturday morning, and my wife and I got to the research area about 9:30 in the morning, and we were met there by another researcher who had beat us, to the research area, and I didn't even get the car stopped when he came running up to us, and he's actually pounding on the window and said, "You got to see this! You got to see this!" I think I found a footprint. So, Sue and I got out of the car, and we gathered up a few things, and we went up.
He's like a child. You gotta see this. You gotta see this.
300 yards away from where the base camp was going to be, and maybe 45, 50 feet up into the woods, and right next to an old rotten stump up there was indeed what appeared to be a footprint. And it was actually pretty deep into the ground. It was about 2 inches deep into the ground. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that footprint was 13 inches long. And it actually showed, I don't know if you know anything about, Dr. Meldrum talking about mid-tarsal flexibility and the pressure ridges, that certain
I wish I was 13 inches long.
Present when the creature moves forward, but it actually showed that in this footprint. And you could actually see where the toes had kind of pushed down into the mud from the top down. And that was a really very interesting footprint. So we were there looking at that, and in the meantime, one of the other fellows showed up with his son, and we were checking things out, and the other researcher, he was actually, at the time, he was the lead researcher. He sent his son back to the truck to get some casting material. And as he did that, he walked about 15 feet further away from the initial cast, or the initial footprint there, and he found another footprint. But this footprint was different. It was only 9.5 or 9 inches long. I think it was 9 inches. But I
did hear I think I was listening to an episode off stream, and I believe the guy's sighting, he visually saw, or I guess it was dark, and the creature, the big feet, was in one spot, and then the next second it was apparently about 20 feet back, further away from him. And so I guess that his hypothesis was that that they can just jump really, really, really far compared to humans, and that might explain some instances in which there are feet prints in the terrain, but then suddenly they vanish and disappear. It could either be super duper magic, super duper spooky magic, and they're going into a different dimension, or it could be that they're just jumping really, really far, and we're not even trying to consider that possibility. And that may be why part of the reason why researchers are unable to find to fully track a big feats. You're gonna have to go like higher up into the air with a very high quality 5000K drone, so you can see the imprints of the feet from super high up. And that is an interesting thing to consider, and I have definitely added it into my working hypothesis, into my library of information and knowledge. So he says here it's the other footprint that they found was smaller, which may suggest it was a baby big feet. We'll see how his investigation continues.
Really peculiar thing about this footprint is that it had an elongated middle toe. Really strange.
That is strange.
Yeah, and so, but it wasn't as deeply impressed into the ground either. Now, prior to us going there, it rained really hard for about three days, and that allowed the ground to soften up quite a bit. So normally we never probably would have seen any traces of tracks in this area. But the reason we were there in the first place is because the property owner had a lot of strange things going on around his house. Something would come down about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and just pound the heck out of the side of his house. And by the time he got outside, whatever it was already gone.
What's it mean?
And this fella actually had a hybrid wolf. And that dog was afraid of nothing. But he went out one night after... I guess his house had been pounded on, and he tried to find his wolf, and it was cowering underneath a porch, and he couldn't get it out. So he asked us to come and investigate things. But anyway, going further along down that day that leading up to my sighting, we went out and we did some more research, and we found a few kind of fresh tree breaks and things. And later in the afternoon, the landowner came down, and he had some rather large ATVs that he used to do some trail riding on there, and it was kind of a two-person thing. So, and of course, I have MS, and I don't get around as well as the other folks.
What the heck?
So I asked him if he
has monkey scrotum?
would take me for a ride on the ATV, so I could actually look around, take my camera and things, and see what I could see out there. And he agreed. So I got on the back of his ATV, and we went up over top this ridge line, and on the back side of the ridge is a swamp. And on a previous outing,
big feast lived in a
one
swamp?
of the researchers in the group we were in was with him, I believe it was.
You better have a donkey as
another
well.
fella on ATVs back there at night, and it's very, very dense foliage back there. And they were sitting there with the engines off on the ATVs, and they got growled at. And I guess it was an extremely deep, low, guttural growl. And so they didn't waste a whole lot of time. They got out of there. And so we went down, and we went through the swamp. And, of course, we didn't have anything happen there, but I was able to see, what it was like back there. And so instead of going back over the ridge line, we went across the back side of it, heading north. And then we went over top of the ridge on the far end of his property. And as we got close to the nearing the end of the wood line there, or tree line or in the woods, there was a tree laying down across the trail, and it was probably about 3 to 4 inches in diameter, and it was still a fresh tree, still had green leaves on it, and so you could see like the root ball was pulled up on this tree, and it was just laying across the trail, and we thought that was pretty odd. So we went, got around it, and we went back to base camp, and one thing led to another, and we all did our thing for a while, and then later on in that night, we decided that half the team was going to go up and walk the ridge line and see if they could see anything up there.
This nail polish is Salon Perfect. What's the actual name? It is Oil Slick. I feel like almost every single black nail polish that I have had has great one coat coverage. Focus. Focus. It doesn't want to focus. It's getting there. I gotta just do one of these. No. Oil Slick. 103. Salon Perfect. I think I like going with a bit more than is probably recommended. I don't know what the process is called, where you put some of the nail polish, rub it up, you rub the brush up against the side of the container. I don't take off too much, but I like it. I like black nail polish, regardless of brand, only when it is on clearance. Always grab the black nail polish on clearance. That's my brand, clearance. The best brand ever. But I also don't want to get too many because then it'll expire and it'll get all hard. This one has 36 months. Camera! Please! I don't remember when I got this one, but it's close enough to that 36 months. That 36 months from opening. And it's also fire, as you can see. It is fire for 36 months. So yeah, definitely check the clearance aisle wherever you go and grab some black nail polish.
And while I was back at the base camp with the property owner, his wife, and my wife, and I asked him if he would once again take me.
Which reminds me, what they should make. I don't know if it exists. What they should make is a nail polish named Black Coffee. That would be super cool. I wonder if it exists. Black Coffee nail polish. What the heck? It gave me an ad? Cringe yourself to death. There's a website called, no, it's not a website, it's it says schedule a virtual appointment. It must be an actual nail salon. Stronger than black coffee, meticulous manicurist. Let me see. Since we are here, let me see if... Oh no, she's awake! Patches, what happened? What happened? Let's see if they have a black... Let me see if they have any nail polish at all on Throne. What the heck? They know what I want. Look. Let me kill the camera real quick. They know what I want. Embrace the darkness. Unveil your gothic elegance. They have a new goth store on Throne. Oh, also look, I found this. I found this. I found this. It's a mug that says MILF and it has a happy Pepe. It says, "Man, I love frogs. MILF." Anyway, here's the wish list. Let me see if they have black coffee. Nail polish. Where the heck is... I don't remember how to use this site. Let me not show anything spooky. Let me not dox myself. How about that? Oh my god. Oh, well, I'm glad I I moved the monitor. I may have gotten banned just there if I didn't do that. Black coffee nail polish. Does it exist? It does not look like it. Unlucky. So I look for black coffee nail polish and it gives me some stuff. There's a brand called Cock. Coffee over cardio. Cock? What? The Boyfriend Black Tea. That's a good company name. Cock. It's a great name. Okay, is there just coffee? Can I get coffee through Throne? Coffee. I don't know if these are coffees. I assume they are. It says Basic AF. I don't know what that brand is. Wholesale Dulce Dream. That's a coffee. I guess you can gift coffees. I don't know, however, any of these products here. Pete's Dark Roast. I know Pete's. But I don't know these here. Ginger Snap. That sounds like might be a pretty cool flavor. Saturdays. DAZE. Saturdays. There's a Fruity Pebbles coffee. What the heck is this? Oh my goodness. Posts coffee over cardio. Cock. That's what I need to get. Let's add some Cock coffee to my wish list. Okay, what's supposed nutritional info of the Fruity Pebbles coffee? 0 calories, no sweeteners, gluten-free, clean energy. Okay. Yabba Dabba Delicious. Nice meme. $20 for 12 ounces. Seems a little sus. I don't know if I'm gonna drink the Fruity Pebbles coffee. However, what? They have skull spoons? I need this, dude. I need this so badly. Wait, I clicked on black and it's silver. That's not black. Oh, I guess I gotta go to the very first pick. Okay, there we go. That's black. Gold, rose gold, silver. Let me add the black skull spoon to my wish list. And crowdfunding. Crowdfunding not enabled. Okay, well, I don't know if I'm going to be necessarily enthralled by this Fruity Pebbles coffee, but I will add it to the wish list. Okay, so here is my updated wish list. Let me put the MILF mug first. Always gotta get the MILF. And then we'll put the skull spoon, and then the coffee. And then all my other wish list items are here. So, I believe we can do Throne. Throne? Does that work? It does not work. Fuck. Well, let me grab here. There we go. If you're having fun, consider checking out the Throne wishlist, send me a gift, or save up for later. I would definitely be down to try any coffees that I get on stream. We will become a coffee connoisseurs and coffee taste testers who try not to die and try not to be overloaded by sugar. Anyway, there is that. Let's get back to the spooky big feet and the nail polish.
Back into that swamp with my audio recorder because I wanted to see if I could pick up, any audio because of, what had happened on previous outing there. And he was really hesitant. He was scared to go back there. But I finally did get him to agree. So we got on his ATV and we went back over top of that ridge line. And when we got about halfway down the backside of that ridge, he stopped the ATV and he said, Dan, he said, I hope you don't mind, but I really, really do not want to go back into that swamp. I just don't want to do it. And I was pretty disappointed because I wanted to see if I could get some audio. But, I agreed. I said, okay. And he said, well, why don't we just, go back the same way we did earlier today, on the backside of the ridge line and, go back to base camp. And I said, okay. Well, we started back in about, maybe 50, 75 feet from where we had turned there to go down the backside of the ridge line. We drove into the most putrid, nasty, foul smell I've ever smelled in my life. And he stopped the ATV right there, and we just sat there for a minute, and I looked at him and I said, I kind of don't think we're alone here. Well, I shouldn't have said that because that really scared the crap out of him.
Yeah.
So he hit the gas on that ATV, and he's on the two-way radio, and he's.
I know that there is a Sasquatch coffee. Let me see if there's that one on Throne as well. Let me just chuck it into the wish list card as well while we're waiting for this left hand to dry.
Talking to the guys up there that are walking the ridgeline, he said, well, we drove into this, nasty putrid smell, and it's really nasty and all this kind of stuff. And, it lasted for about 150 feet. And the guys up on the ridgeline said, yeah, we can kind of smell that a little bit too. So we got back over the ridgeline and we came back down to where the tree was laying across the trail earlier that day. And there was another tree laying on top of that one. So that was, really, really strange. And then again, there again, it spooked him even more. So, we went out around that thing and we were probably doing, I don't know if ATVs can do 200 miles an hour, but if they can, we were doing it.
Yeah.
So we beat it back to base camp there. And
they don't have it here. They don't have the Sasquatch coffee. They have Sasquatch mugs. Let's have a look. Oh, they have it on Amazon. $65? No, but this is the thingy. What's it called? These guys, the cake cups. I want coffee beans. First, I'm gonna drink this coffee, and then I'm gonna go find Bigfoot. I think I would rather have the MILF coffee mug, so that when I find the big feets, I can introduce him to the meme of Pepe, and maybe he'll be interested in MILFs, in Men I Like Frogs and Pepe. Maybe he will be very interested in making his own rare Pepes. This might be the best Sasquatch mug here. First I'm going to drink coffee and then I'm going to find big feets. Unlucky. Yeah, it is this one, this brand, the Black Rifle Coffee Company. This is the guy who has the Tactisquatch. Maybe if I look up Tactisquatch, that should show up. Tactis. Oops. Gotta have all of my favorite things: tactical stuff, big feets, and spooky monsters, and coffee. rifle doesn't have the. They don't have the coffee beans or the coffee grounds version. They just have the K cups. Imagine. What the heck? Imagínate.
We got back, and he's on the two-way radio talking to the rest of the team up on the ridge line, and he's telling them all about everything that we'd smelled and seen and everything like that. And so the guy that was the team leader was up there on the ridge line, and he asked him to come up and pick him up on the ATV. He didn't want to do it. I mean, he just did not want to get on that ATV and go up in there. But they finally talked him into it. So he gets on his ATV and he's taking off. Yeah, I mean, he's just really flying. So he's gone for about 5 minutes. And my wife and his wife and myself were sitting at base camp right there by the fire. And all at once we could hear what sounded like bipedal footsteps just inside the tree line about, maybe 100 yards away. And I looked at the ladies and I said, "Did you hear that?" And they both said, "Yes." So I grabbed up my night vision, and right there in the base camp, there was a pavilion. So I walked up real quick to the corner of the pavilion, and I leaned up against one of the posts of the pavilion, and I started panning from my right to left because that's the direction of the travel. And when I got to about my 10 o'clock position, I saw this thing. And it was standing in between a rather large tree and a sapling, and it would sway from side to side and stop. Then it would sway from side to side and stop. And when I first saw that thing, I said, "Oh my." And when I said that, the two ladies got up and they ran up to my side. My wife had a small flashlight, and she handed it to the property owner's wife, and she was flashing this flashlight up there, and she could actually see the shadows of this thing swaying from side to side. In the meantime, my wife is on the radio trying to contact the rest of the.
I don't know why they do that. Why do they sway from side to side? I think the first time I heard that, it just so happened to be coincidentally timed with the escape from Tarkov hacker controversy, where the hackers sway from side to side because they have their wall hacks on, and they can confirm with other wall hackers that they too are a hackermans. And I thought it was just funny that both the Tarkov hackers and the Big Feets do that swing from side to side. Sometimes the Big Feets are behind a tree, but sometimes they're just out in the open or between trees. And when people who encounter the Big Feets explain that they're swinging from side to side, they're not like going behind cover, behind the cover of the tree. They're just doing that, and I don't know why they do that. But it sounds kind of spooky. I wonder, is it just like their shoulders that are going side to side? How much of their upper body is doing that? I need to, if I'm gonna be making my Big Feets animations, I really want to make sure I'm getting the proper movement down. So I definitely gotta see if there's anything to that in Dr. Meldrum's book. And then that other guy, I forget who it was, but I found it on Google Books, but I couldn't find it in Open Library, so I gotta see what the heck that's all about. But it definitely sounds pretty spooky, and maybe they just have their wall hacks on because they're traveling between dimensions. I'll have to keep that in mind.
The team that was up walking the ridge line and stuff, and as luck would have it, they were on the back side of the ridge line, and the radios would only go kind of like line of sight. So after a period of time, of watching this thing sway from side to side, I just looked away for just a split second. And when I looked back, it appeared to be gone. Well, in the meantime, my wife was able to get hold of those guys, and they were beating it back to base camp. And so we thought that the thing was gone. We really did, at least I did. And so the property owner's wife got hold of the team leader and took him over to where I was standing and pointed up in the area where, we saw this thing in between a tree and a sapling. And And so he grabbed his night vision and he started looking up there. And after a few seconds, he said, "Hey, Dan," he said, "grab your night vision and come here." Um, so I did, and I went over there. And he said it's kind of like up where this tree was and the sapling and all this and the bushes and stuff. And I said, "Yeah, up in that area." He said, "Well, I think there's still something there. There's something still there." He said, "But I think it's squatting down." So I got my night vision again and I looked up there, and sure enough, that son of a gun had either come back or it squatted down, but it was still there, and you could see it moving a little bit. And so, he got on the radio again. He's yelling for the rest of the team to hurry up and get back to base camp because he wanted to try and go up into the woods and get a good look at it. And so they hurried up and they got back to base camp. And uh, as soon as they started up into the woods to go try and get a better look at this thing, I could see through my night vision some movement, all the branches and bushes and things going up over the ridge line where that thing was, it was getting out of there. And that was basically the end. But we have like 4.5 minutes of audio, the last 4.5 minutes of audio where that encounter took place.
That's an amazing encounter. It's scary, especially when they're on your property. I think for a lot of people, when they're, for guys like
I am running out of black nail polish. This is no good.
you and I, it would be kind of, I don't want to say fun to have it on your property, but it'd make it a lot less work instead of going out trying to find areas where you think they might be. Compared to you, and I know you're a pretty big guy, what was the size you think on this creature you're looking at in the woodline?
Well, I'm about 6 foot tall and I weigh about 250 pounds, and this thing would dwarf me. I would say it was between 7.5 foot tall. I would say the shoulders were 3.5 foot wide, 3 to 3.5 foot wide, and probably weighed anywhere from uh, 400, 600 pounds. It was pretty immense. It was just huge. And by the way, the next morning, we walked up into the area where we saw that creature, and all the grass and weeds and stuff right there were all trampled down.
Did it worry you at all having that creature? You guys are basically, it's a Mexican standoff. You're looking at it, it's looking at you. Were you worried at all?
At the time, no, not as it was happening, because everything was so intense and you're so excited, and you don't. I mean, the fear did not hit me until it was over with. And we closed everything down for the night and went to our tents. Uh, and that's when it sunk in to me. And I was actually, my wife, I mean, she just conked out and went right to sleep, and I couldn't do it. I was sitting on the end of we had an air mattress at the time in our tent, and I just sat on the end of that air mattress um, for Lord knows how long, and I kept seeing this thing over and over in my head, trying to rationalize what I had actually seen. Now, I'd always wanted to see one, but I don't think I was really prepared to actually see it at the time.
Yeah, you kind of have one of those moments that hit you where you think they're real. I mean, you have a moment, I would imagine, of studying this for so long where you're pretty convinced they're real. And then when you see it, you have that moment of, holy crap, I can't believe this is real.
Exactly. Exactly.
Did anything else happen while you guys were there?
Not that night. Well, I can't say that. I believe there were after the sighting and everything, and it had gone up over the ridge line. We heard a lot of coyotes going crazy. But other than that, that was just about it. So we have, I mean, I'm sure you've heard quite a few accounts of where, coyotes seem to be in the same area as a Sasquatch. But that's what happened afterwards. We heard, like a pack of coyotes going nuts. But as far as the Bigfoot or anything else occurring that night, no, not really.
How long did you guys stay there?
Actually, we went it was just like an overnight trip just to see what we could discover there. And so we went on Saturday morning, and we were to leave on Sunday. Prior to packing up and leaving Sunday is when we went up and found the grass and stuff all trampled down. So it was only an overnight thing, and how fortuitous for that to happen. because you and I both know that you can go out in the woods 1,000 times and never see anything, but birds. And for that to happen was just, miraculous to me.
Yeah, it's always when you least expect it,
Right.
when you're not really expecting anything. I wanted to ask you about the smell. The smell that you smelled, can you describe it to the audience who maybe haven't, smelled that before?
Yeah, to me, it smelled kind of like a cross between rotten eggs and a dead animal. Just really putrid. Um, Almost make your eyes water. It was really nasty.
And that's how a lot of witnesses describe it. I've had some military insiders on the show in the past, and I know a lot of researchers say it comes from the armpit. I don't think anyone really knows where it comes from, but gorillas, they'll have this smell they put out, this scent they put out. And I've had military insiders say it actually comes from their crotch. It comes from the armpits, but it's actually emitted mainly from the crotch area, and it's glands in their crotch. It's amazing to me that they can put off this odor. You hear witnesses talk about it, and I've always wondered.
I wonder which scientist decided to go out there to find some big feets, put their face up right onto their crotch to smell and verify for themselves that it is the crotch that emits this scent. I wonder, maybe it wouldn't surprise me if it was Bobo. Bobo seems like the kind of guy who would take one for the team and verify that that is the location of the secretion of that scent. I'm gonna have to go ask him about it one day. Maybe I'll send him an email. But I'm afraid that he may not reply.
Is that odor something they're doing because they're afraid? Or is it just, what causes them to dump this odor off? Do you have any theories on that?
Well, I think that it is, quite possibly put off to deter, someone or something. There are creatures out there in the insect world that put off nasty, foul smells, and that will deter a predator and things like that. So it may be, a deterrent to try and get people or other creatures away from them.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think maybe it's a deterrent. It's some sort of deterrent. I've come across it. Different witnesses talking about it. I wanted to ask you, the property owner at the home, does he still have activity going on to this day?
Well, I don't. I couldn't tell you if there's anything going on that property anymore or not because those people moved out of there. So I believe after that sighting and stuff, and I have to tell you, when that happened, he was absolutely freaking out. When he got back to base camp and all that was going on, he was just a cussing and a swearing and I don't have my gun and all this kind of stuff. And but I think it probably freaked him out bad enough that it wasn't very long afterwards that they sold the place and moved out of there.
What did he think was going on when it would come up and slap the house?
Well, you know what at first he had no idea what was going on, and then I guess he had heard or read someplace that, Sasquatch had been known to pound on the side of people's houses and stuff. So, he contacted the group that we were in, and that's when they decided they wanted to go investigate this area. So he had really no idea what was going on. But when the people came out and they started seeing, the broken trees that are twisted, and there also let me also add that in that general area there were an abundance of deer kills with their necks just viciously twisted and broken, and their bellies ripped open, and the hearts and livers were missing. Also, his neighbor had a 500-pound pony, and the pony's head was twisted and twisted around, and the neck was broken in the same manner. So, when he started putting all these things together, he started thinking that maybe this is a Bigfoot, and then that's when he started calling people out to investigate things. So. at first he didn't know, but then he started putting things together.
You know, that's normally how it goes. I've had a lot of witnesses on the show in the past. I've actually talked to more on the phone than I've actually had on the show. And a lot of witnesses, they'll report that, but then they're really unsure. I mean, there's a funny story I've told a million times on the show about this old lady out in Texas. And she said that these three black guys would throw rocks at her house, they'd bang on her house in the middle of the night. And she'd go out with her 45 and start popping shots off. I mean, this
Oh
is
my
an old
god.
woman, and she, it makes me laugh.
What
But you
the
know,
heck?
it's funny. It's
She's
like, why do you
racist.
think it's three black guys? And she said that she saw them one night retreating back to the forest, and it's night after night after night, month after month after month after month. And you would think for people in those situations, I guess if you don't believe in Sasquatch, that's the only thing that makes sense. It has to be people messing with me.
Sure, sure.
I wanted to hear on some of your theories on Sasquatch. What you think it is. I'm always interested in hearing people's theories. I know you've been doing this for a long time, and you've studied anthropology. You've been a student of the sciences. What's your take on what Sasquatch is?
Well, for a long time, I was, in the same camp as a lot of people that believed that it was, possibly an extremely large great ape, Gigantopithecus. Um, and I believe Dr. Meldrum was at one time as well. Of course, the theory is that they came across the Bering Land Bridge during the last ice age, and then once the big thaw came, they were trapped here. But as I got into it more and more and more, I started leaning towards it being possibly a relict hominid or an undiscovered hominid, and I'll tell you why. First of all, and it hasn't been this long ago that there was a scientist in China who took one of the
Chinaman?
teeth from a Gigantopithecus and he did a chemical analysis on this tooth. And what he came up with was that during the end of the last ice age, when the climate started to change, the food supply of Gigantopithecus, the normal food supply, I should say, began to disappear. And in order to be able to supplement that, they started eating extremely acidic fruit. And what he said was this acidic fruit actually rotted the teeth of the Gigantopithecus to the point where they could no longer, chew or eat the tough, fibrous foods that they needed to maintain that enormous body size, and that attributed to their extinction. And that made sense to me. That made a lot of sense to me. So I started looking in other areas, and then, of course, I've spoken numerous times to Dr. Meldrum and Esteban Sarmiento and some other folks, and I have a good friend who's an anthropologist, and so I started looking into the possibilities of this being a relict hominid, or a descendant of an early hominid. Now,
Well, they're definitely not perfect because I'm running out of black nail polish. At the edges here, there's there are a few spots here that I'm missing. A few spots here and there. But I think they'll be okay. Unlucky. I think I may have one more black nail polish in my nail polish storage, but I am not sure. So if you want to contribute to the nail polish funds, definitely check out the support links here. You can check out patreon.com/ZeroSuitSonia, which also gives you background infos and production stuff on RB episodes and Song of Maki. And or just check out the Streamlabs donation for nail polishes, and my girlfriend will read aloud your message if it's $3 or higher.
I just recently posted a photo of Dr. Meldrum with the gigantic Bigfoot skeleton that they made. Now, they, in order to come up with the size and the proportions that they needed for that skeleton, what they did was they took the most complete skeleton of a Neanderthal that they could possibly get, and they upscaled it. They made it bigger. And then Dr. Meldrum took the skull of Paranthropus boisei, and he capped off the top of that skeleton with a Paranthropus skull. I was speaking with him, and he said, he said, I'm kind of leaning towards this being a relic hominid or a hominid that has evolved over a period of time. And he said, of course, we all know that Paranthropus was bipedal. And so, of course, yeah.
I don't think I've heard of this. Paranthropus. Does it go by another name colloquially? I'm assuming it's P-Y. Paranthropus. Seven-armed octopus. Haliphron atlanticus. No, that's not what I'm looking for. How do you pronounce it again?
Right, has evolved over a period of time. And he said, of course, we all know that Paranthropus was bipedal.
Paranthropus. Paranthropus. Okay, I see. Paranthropus, genus of mammals. Paranthropus is a genus of extinct hominin which contains two widely accepted species, P. robustus and P. boisei. However, the validity of Paranthropus is contested, and it is sometimes considered to be synonymous with Australopithecus. They are also referred to as the robust Australopithecines. At that point, I am unsure what those differences mean. But I do know that somebody mentioned hominin and hominid are two different thingies, so Australopithecus and Australopithecines are also probably different. Quite different. Here are some of their skulls. Let's pull this away. So here's the main skull on the wiki page. Paranthropus. Skull of P. boisei. And then from top to bottom here we have P. robustus, P. boisei, and P. Aethiopicus. Interesting. I'm sure once I read Dr. Meldrum's book, he'll probably go in depth into these differences and their history and potential theories as to the lineage of these, the family tree, and how all of these might fit together to lead us to the big feats.
And so, of course, yeah, right, it was bipedal. But then I started thinking, Paranthropus died out about 1.6 million years ago. We think it did. Okay, we think it did. And for that creature to evolve, in my opinion, for that creature to evolve from a 4.5-foot tall bipedal early hominid to an 8-foot tall gigantic hominid would be just unbelievable. So what I've been thinking is, what I believe is, there's the out of Africa theory where Homo ergaster, or the they also called it the African Homo erectus, came out of Africa, and they believe that Homo heidelbergensis split off from that. And once these creatures got up into Europe, some went to the northern or the western part of Europe, and some went to the eastern part. and then they believe that there's a possibility that they evolved into the Neanderthals and the Denisovans. Um, but prior
Well, this guy definitely knows way more about the different the different homos who have existed that I will definitely have to dig into Dr. Meldrum's book to fully follow, but that will be something I'll have to do much later.
prior to these creatures coming up out of uh, Africa, I believe that there is quite possibly yet another split uh, in the evolutionary tree where these creatures, the Sasquatch, evolved along their own lines over a period of hundreds of thousands or millions of years, and they've just never been discovered.
It is interesting. It's interesting to look into it. One of the things for me, when you look at the early hominids, we tend to think, I guess scientifically now they put them in the same category as humans. But one thing I wanted to ask you about, Dan, is when you hear about their behavior being very animalistic, like the growling, I don't know that anyone could really duplicate that growling. I mean, I
Mhm.
couldn't. I've heard the growling before, and there's no way I could duplicate it. I just don't have the lung capacity or.
I could do it, no biggie. Here's the big piece growl. See, look.
But it sounds very animalistic, or banging on houses, throwing rocks at you. The swaying back and forth as you described in your own encounter. That's kind of a very non-human primate. Well, I guess even humans do it, but for the most part, I think of like a gorilla or a chimpanzee. Right before they attack, they start swaying because they're agitated. Or would you put these things along the lines of more human or more?
Oh, is that what monkeys do? They sway back and forth. Is that their pre-attack indicator? Let's see. Monkeys. Oh, no, my nails. Monkeys swaying, agitated. How to tell if a monkey is angry or happy? There's only one answer. Surely it's the correct answer. Oh, how do monkeys show aggression? Macaques present aggressive or threatening stances through raised eyebrows, staring, and opening the mouth to show teeth, or having the lips protrude to form a round mouth. How do you know if a monkey is scared? Signs of fear in primates. Signs of fear differ between species and include withdrawal, a grimace, too much lip smacking, aggression, and specific vocalizations. I'll have to look further into that statement that he made about monkeys swing side to side, because I don't see anything right now. I'll look into it again later.
Or animals and why?
I would have to say that they are probably closer to human. However, they do show characteristics of some of the great apes in some of the actions that they take, like you just alluded to there. Um, I believe that the rock throwing, the tree knocks. Um, and some of the growls and the vocalizations that they make, they do tend to make you think that they are uh, like a great ape, along those lines. So it may be something that is still carrying some of the traits of a great ape from way back in time. Um, but if you stop and you look at all the foot casts that we have, um, those feet are very similar to a human's that is just flat footed. I have posted also, and then a lot of people think that, well, a Bigfoot has that trait of the mid-tarsal flexibility. Well, yeah, quite possibly they do, and Dr. Meldrum has, done quite a bit of research on that himself, but I think it's 1 in 13, I believe it may be. Humans have the same condition, where the front of the foot stays on the ground as the heel rises. So it's not just a Bigfoot trait, it can be found in humans. And so you also look at the position of the toes. When you look at the foot of let's say, a mountain gorilla, the toes are not all in line like ours are.
Right.
Uh, so
I think my nails are dry enough to start doing other stuff. However, let me check real quick before I make that statement. Because I think what I want to do is I want to start the next book. But yeah, there's still none of the books in this series are still available on Open Library. Which means if I want to read the book, I gotta take my physical copy and read that. But I risk getting my black nail polish on it. So I don't know. I don't know where to go now. Do I start reading now because Patches is quiet? Or I suppose I could find another book on Open Library to start, but I don't know. I don't know.
it's more of a human type foot. And the bone structure would be very similar to ours in the way that it, is put together and everything. But that is another thing that led me to believe that it's probably a hominid of some type.
Yeah, and there's no wrong answer. It's like I always say on the show, I don't have one in my garage I'm studying, so I know as much as the next guy.
Right.
But you're right. When you do look at the foot, I will agree with you on that, and I've thought about that before. I have 3 cast prints right here in my office, and I'm looking at them right now, and you're right. They look like gigantic human feet. They don't look like a gorilla's foot, or they don't look like a chimpanzee's foot. They do look very human-like, just on a larger scale.
Exactly, and if when you see examples of the mid-tarsal flexibility, you have to keep in mind that the substrate or the ground has to be just right for that to show up. Like as the Patterson cast, I think it was Bob Titmus that took a cast a day or two after Roger and Bob Gimlin saw Patty, and he went out there and he took some casts, and it's actually the cast that Dr. Meldrum uses in his lectures, talking about the mid-tarsal flexibility. But you
Okay, I have figured out what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go clean up the workspace here. Gotta go take my coffee mug back into the sink. Gotta clean up the nail polish stuff. And then I have a couple of dreams I need to get through, which will be going into the dream journal as the stream highlights for the good dreams at least. So I will be right back. We will set that up. And in the meantime, I guess I can just grab this guy here. Is this one the BRB? This is the BRB. Okay. I'll be back in a couple seconds while I go do that. And don't forget you can support the show with these links here on screen. If you're having fun, if you're chilling, if you're relaxing. I appreciate it. Is it the pretty kitty cat? Precious, the prettiest cat. Who's that? I don't know who you're talking about. Is that Patches you're talking about? Also, hey at Game Pulse, how did you get in here? Okay, so what I need to do first is I need to find a dream to draw, because not all of these dreams are ones that I want to share. Let me see. Bring up this again. So here is where I've been writing down my stuff. What the heck? It's too bright. I've been writing down my stuff. I've been keeping my notes. Patches. Most of this is dreams, but Patches. But not all of it. Not all of this is for public consumption. Patches? What happened? So I gotta keep some of these. I gotta keep many of these notes secret because they are only for my eyes. It's like the Ark in Indiana Jones. If you look, your entire soul will be destroyed. You'll be turned into a skeleton. And your face will melt off. But first your dick will melt off. Let's see. Oh, okay, so here's a good dream. I don't really need to draw this, I don't think. Maybe I do, but not really. So this dream was on December 21st, 2023, which was a Tuesday. So I was dreaming about playing League of Legends for who knows what reason. I don't think there were any League videos in my sub box, my recommended. I don't think I was thinking about any League players. I don't think. The only thing I can think of is I'm in the Sona server, and I only look at the memes channel. So maybe there was like a League meme there, and maybe for some reason that influenced me to have League dreams. So that may have been the the catalyst for this dream. So the dream is, I was playing League. I was getting tower dove in the 2v1 because, of course, my ADC is stupid. They are all estúpidos. All they know how to do is click buttons. They don't use brain. So I am solo bot lane as Leona, apparently. And I'm getting tower dove 2v1 by a Blitz and a Caitlyn. A Blitzcrank and a Caitlyn. It's actually pretty spooky. That could go really, really badly. I believe that I didn't write it down because I'm pretty sure I remember that I believe I ended up getting a double kill, and I think I died as well. It must have been like my brain gave me opponents who were bronze or silver or something. Additionally, after I think I only had that part of the dream, just being tower dove 2v1, and then it went on to the next game. I didn't finish that first game; it just disappeared. The second game, I was Blitzcrank, and and I kept getting multiple boots from the store, or I guess it says I kept getting multiple boots in my inventory. So I wasn't purchasing multiple boots, I was getting multiple boots. And then I would also get Aegis and or Locket of these, was it called Iron Solari? I don't remember. It's been like 5 years since I last played. Is that even still an item? I don't think it is. League of Legends Locket of the Iron Solari. Is that still an item? Or is it dead? It says here that it is an item, a legendary item, so I guess it is still in the game. So for some reason, there was a what's it called? A mastery, a thingy. There was a thingy where you can I think you start the game with level 1 boots, and then they become level 2 boots. I don't remember exactly how it was, but maybe my brain was thinking of that subconsciously, so it gave me multiple boots. There was a way that you can instantly get boots after like 5 minutes or something. So I think that's what my brain was conflating, and for some reason I was getting like 4 or 5 boots, which they don't stack. Your movement doesn't increase multiple times. You only get 1 movement speed. I assume the highest one, whichever boots you have that are the highest movement speed. So yeah, I kept getting multiple boots for no reason, just automatically, and then I eventually got Aegis and Locket, and that is the dream that I had, or I guess one of the dreams that I remembered enough to write it down on December 21st, 2023. Oh, this dream, okay. I believe it was the same night because there's no new date. Okay, this one I think I will have to draw a little bit. So I was in a building, a room. So I think this is the sidewalk here. It's the sidewalk, and then there is a building here. And I believe my room is right here, right next to the sidewalk. There's a window over here, and ogre here. They're pretty small. They're like maybe this one on the sidewalk it'd be pretty high up. It's like at eye height, I suppose, or maybe head height. And then this one up against the western wall would be like a full-sized window. It starts at like thigh level, and it goes up higher. But this one is small, up against the sidewalk. And yes, I just painted my nails a couple minutes ago, a couple hours ago. So I'm spooked. I don't want to get them on my clothes or my keyboard or my notebook. And I want to read a book. I want to do my live reading, but I don't want to get the nail polish on my physical copy of my book. So I'm doing dreams for now to let this dry off a little bit more. So we may see a bit more of my nails in a bit. Okay, so in this stream, I had a little dog. I don't think I remember what kind of dog it was, but I have written here that I had a little dog who, and then in quotes I put grew and got a big head. So I think what happened, I don't remember exactly what it was. It may have been a dog like Frank from Men in Black. What's that type called? Frank Men in Black. Frank the Pug. Okay, so it was a pug, but it was like a... Are there brown pugs? Is that a thing? Or did my dream make it up? Pug... Brown. Brown pug. Yeah, there are brown pugs, but I guess my pug was a little dark. Maybe I guess it depends on the lighting. So it would be more like this color here. Yeah, so the dog in my dream was one of like these two. Small, little tiny... I think he was a baby, a little baby pug. And he was like outside on the sidewalk. So give me this. There's the pug. It's the pugses. So there's this pug. He's outside. He's a little tiny baby, and I guess he's trained enough to not go out onto the road and get hit by cars. So he's just walking around having fun, and then he knows not to get into trouble. So I go inside, and he stays outside. Oh hey, Zeke Siron, when did you get in here? And once I'm inside, me and some other guy, a friend comes over, and apparently he has blue meth, because I guess I was thinking of Breaking Bad subconsciously in my dream. So he has blue meth, and I guess we're selling it. So he's got a bunch. It's not a little bit. It's a bunch. And we have to hide the blue meth under my mattress. So we divide, according to my notes here, we had to divide the blue meth into bags, which may have been pillowcases. Patches? Come here. Okay, I got a kitty to take care of. Come here. Let's put a pause on the stream for the time being. Patches, come here. It's a Patches. Look. It's a Patches. What happened? What is it? Come here. What? She typically wants to get up here on my desk and press my keyboard, and now all of a sudden she doesn't? She just wants to sit on my pewter here? What happened? Come here. Oh. Okay, I guess she wants to go on the bed. Well, if she comes back, we'll put her back on the camera. I didn't write it down here, but I do believe we also played Smash Bros. Melee in this stream. It may have been either before or after we hit the math, but I don't think it was. I don't think we took a break. Actually, yeah, maybe. There is that one meme. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's about how kitties like keyboards. Let's do cat keyboard meme. No, not keyboard cat. What the heck? Something like they see their owners typing. Well, I'm not looking. I'm not successfully seeing what I want, but there's this one here. This one's not too bad. My keyboard exists. My cat, it's for real estate. That's a pretty good one. Okay, so here is a room. Here's here's the mattress. We take the mattress off. What's the mattress? And then we hide the meth here. And I think just in the nick of time, put the mattress back on, and then there's polices outside. What the heck? How'd they get here? Who told them we'd be here? What? And then at this point, I think I go outside, and the pug, the little tiny baby pug, he grew, but I think only his head and his eyes were what I noticed, because they were way bigger than the rest of his body. I believe that's what I mean by what I wrote here. That what the heck? That he has a big head. And so I was ever so slightly, for like maybe 5 minutes in my dream, I was part of Walter White's was part of his drug empire. Okay, I think I'll do 2 more dreams here that I have written. The next 2 dreams. This dream was on Saturday, December 23rd. I guess I'll just read it verbatim until there's something that I don't want to reveal. So it reads. I don't know why this light is so strong. It reads, dream that was maybe post-apocalyptic, where we formed a handful of squads of 5 or so and were taught to be stealthy ninjas. The setting seemed to be an apartment. So it's like an apartment complex, and we're all on like a high up floor, sort of. So the setting seemed to be an apartment building, and maybe it was a game show. Yeah. So I remember, I believe we were in a room, a big apartment. I guess like a living room or a lobby or something, and there were like a bunch of people, maybe 50 or less. And there was a person who was splitting us up into these squads of 5 or so, 5 or 6 maybe. And I assumed it was a game show because do I write it here? Oh no, I don't. That's the end of that dream. What the heck? Yeah, no, that's where that note ends, but the dream doesn't end there. I guess it's this. I don't know if it's just me. Maybe this is the way we're supposed to be, but people are just people don't. Whatever. I talked about it before about anchoring and and using highlights rather than writing down everything to remember stuff. But that's what I wrote down. And then what I remembered is that the part of the reason why I assume it's a game show is that there was, I guess we'll try it here. There was an apartment building, and I think I was the part that I didn't write down reminds me a bit of the end of The Dark Knight, where they're in that building that's still being constructed, where Batman has to fight the polices because they're about to shoot the innocent victims who are dressed up as clowns, and they have the cardboard gun-shaped things taped to their hands. So there are columns like this in the room that we're in. And me and my squad, we're being stealthy ninjas. So somehow we're like, where's the pencil? We're like on the ceiling. Oh, what the heck? It's way too thick. Way too thick. Look at me, less thick. We are on the ceiling, hanging up like this. I don't know if our hands and legs are pressed up against the pillars like this, but somehow we're up on the ceiling, so we're hiding. If someone walks in and they don't look up high enough, they're not gonna see us. So we're up on this sort of ambush orientation, ambush position. And then this other squad comes in, and I believe we fucked them up. But there's not too much more to the dream. But this sort of interaction where we ambushed another squad is what led me to believe that it was a game show. And I thought that was pretty cool. So that's why I wrote down that dream. That was the one dream that I had on Saturday. Where'd it go? Saturday, December 23rd. This next stream here, I will not... I will skip this one. The last stream I had, that I'm going to say today, Wednesday, December 27th, 2023. Had a dream that I was in Hell Let Loose, and we were fighting zombies. So, I didn't write it down here because, again, I anchored my thoughts, and I remember enough from that information. So there's a big field here. It's a grassy field, and it's World War II European theater. I am an infantryman. I've got no, I don't have a rifle actually. I have squad mates nearby. We'll just make them. No, that's way too small. So I got a squad here. I guess I can just copy that. I'm not sure exactly what the position is, but it doesn't really matter. So this is the squad, and then the circles will be the zombies. So they're way out here. There's a hordes and hordes and hordes of zombies all over the place. This is a pretty big distance here, I guess. We'll say that this is there's a tree line over on this side. This is a sort of a wooded area from which the zombies are coming toward us. Yeah, no, I don't have a rifle. I don't know why. Yeah, I think I'm entirely unarmed, basically. So let's make me. I'm gonna be the square here. So we are observing the zombies. They are approaching us. They're heading down this way. And I guess from my experience of playing Hell Let Loose, the squad is pretty useless and disorganized on their own. And so as they're slowly walking toward us, I go to a squad mate. I take his rifle. I believe it's a carbine. I don't think it's a Garand. I believe I take a carbine, and I aim down, and I take a shot, and I get one kill. But I guess maybe what happens is we don't have enough ammo. For some reason, we're not able to hold this position. So while the rest of the squad stays here to continue to provide fire downrange, I run back to headquarters. I give him back his carbine. Carbine. Turbine. And then, so here's the command post. I go into the room and I speak to the, I'm not sure what his position is, the commander of the area, the captain, the major, I'm not sure what he is, the general. And I tell him, oh, what the heck? I tell him that the zombies are coming. And we need to either leave the position or send in more reinforcements or whatever. And then I believe I'm about to run past him to keep going in this direction. Keep going further south. But behind him, there's a hallway here. There's a hallway behind where he is. But behind him, it's fucking Venom. I believe this was when the meme was popular. I don't know if it was the 16 inches of Venom or there's a movie or a game. I don't follow releases of media anymore. But for some reason, Venom was in the news on social media. And I guess the dream was like, yeah, let's plop in Venom into your Hell Let Loose dream, into your Hell Let Loose zombie dreams. And so Venom is here, and did I write it down? Does he attack the commander? Okay. I fall back toward command post and alerted the leader. Then Venom appeared behind him, and I ran. So I guess I just ran back toward my squad. And that's all I can remember about this stream. So yeah, and so that was that dream. Carbine, the hottest gun in your opinion? I think I prefer the Garand. But that's just me. I'm just a pinger. I don't know about you. Okay, it seems that the loud kitty who is in her feminine desires hormonal phase has quieted down and is taking a nap. So I will take this opportunity to start reading. No, not the sniper, just the Garand. I would like to one day have a Garand, that'd be super cool. Anyway, yeah, this has been a good... I'm glad I started getting my notes, writing it all down. Super useful. I have noticed that sometimes I get ideas for stories or conflicts or scenes from my dreams. So the fact that I'm writing it down now is super useful because there have definitely been very many instances in which I wish I could have remembered a dream, but I thought I would remember it, but no, I did not. I unfortunately did not remember my dreams. And so all of those ideas are gone and lost. Unlucky. Okay, let me see. Doopy doopy doo. Doo 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 doo. Where is... I need a thingy. Okay, so the book that I want to start reading next, the series that I want to start next, is what the heck? What? Why would you do that? Sometimes Windows is so weird. Why are you doing that? A freaking estupido. No, I'm pretty sure that's to be. To but to be or not to be. Okay, so this is the order of the books. But unfortunately, they are not available on Open Library or any other library that I currently have access to. And I really, really need to get a library card from my local library so I can start getting interlibrary loans. So the series order is for the Mr. Monk series is the first book is Mr. Monk Goes to the Firehouse. The second, Mr. Monk Goes to Hawaii. The third, Mr. Monk and the Blue Flu. And that's the first one that I have. So that's the first one we're going to read. And so typically when I do my live audiobooks, my live book readings, we just have it on screen because it's a book scan. But luckily, I do have some copies, some physical copies. So this one, I got in New York. We went to a thrift store at some point. My parents went to a thrift store and this was there, and I saw it like, what the heck? They have books about this? So I had to get it. And so I got Mr. Monk and the Blue Flu. I might have to reposition the camera and stuff for it to show up. Or I can just move the keyboard actually. See that? So Mr. Monk and the Blue Flu is the first one I have. The first one I ever got. The time I discovered that they have books about this this character and this story and this series. So I'm glad I got it because it's pretty fun. So this is the first one I got. And then I found these, I think last year, also at the thrift store. But it was not in New York. Mr. Monk and the Dirty Cop and Mr. Monk is Miserable. Mr. Monk is Miserable is number 7, and Mr. Monk and the Dirty Cop is number 8. So these are the 3 I have, and we're just gonna run with it in all of these different orders. And I think I'm gonna like this one, or maybe I'm not gonna like this one. The one titled Mr. Monk is Miserable, because he's in Paris, as you can tell by the book cover there. And I imagine everybody in Paris or everybody in France is miserable. That seems to be quite an accurate representation of the French. Okay, let's see how am I gonna do this. I think I can move my monitors a little bit. That's way too bright. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to wait for the heater to go quiet. But once that's done, we'll get started. So I guess for the preface about this this character and this book and this series, this character, Monk, is a detective, but he is way too OCD, and sometimes that gets in the way. And sometimes he's... Honestly, I've been rewatching the episodes because of sinus altips and and I don't know. I haven't looked up any YouTubers' video essays. I don't know for a fact, but I suspect very heavily that there are some video essays, and now now that I'm saying it, and I'm speaking it into the microphone, and the stream is on YouTube, and and YouTube's algorithm is gonna pick this up. It's gonna start recommending me video essays, and maybe it's gonna recommend me exactly a video essay about the thing I'm about to say. But I suspect some video essayists might argue that Monk is autistic because watching the episodes, he definitely plays it out like that sometimes, even though he's not trying to. He's just that's just his character. and everything these days is autistic or gay coded or trans coded, because these people who make these video essays they don't do any literature, they don't read into the studies, they just go based off what they read in Tumblr. And they are not reliable people. And I never actually agree with any of their takes because they have their evidence is very weak. Okay. I can read the flaps here of the flaps of the dust jacket while the heater is going. It says Monk, obsessive compulsive. But no. Okay, I think I can increase actually the. Do this. Move this down here. Should give me plenty of room to work with. I guess a little bit more room to work with. Obsessive compulsive detective. Mr. Monk and the Blue Flu, a novel by Lee Goldberg. I guess since we're doing reading, let's turn this all the way up. All the way up. There we go. It's not going to be high quality, but this is what we have to work with. You can thank Open Library for the quality of this stream, of this reading stream. Welcome to the series of all new original mysteries starring Adrian Monk, the brilliant investigator. They missed the N. The brilliant investigator. The brilliant investigator who always knows when something's out of place. Mr. Monk and the Blue Flu. Lee Goldberg. Monk is horrified when he learns there's going to be a blue flu in San Francisco. He doesn't understand what the blue flu is, but it sounds terrible. Captain Stottlemyre explains that it's not really a virus. The police force plan to call in sick until they get a better contract. The good news is that the labor dispute will give Monk a chance to get back on the force. The bad news is, it means he'll be a scab, and he doesn't like the sound of that either. Before he knows it, Monk has his badge back, and his own squad to command. Unfortunately, some of the squad members make Monk look like a paragon of mental health. But despite the challenges, they'll have they'll have to pull together to catch an astrologer's killer, solve a series of mysterious fatal assaults, and, most important, clean up their desks. So that is what we're gonna get into. And I should make sure I have water. And thankfully I do. Okay, I have not read anything in a while, as in a book, so I need to get back into the zone of my narrator voice. The last thing we read was Halo: The Fall of Reach, and before that was Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Curious. I guess I'll just plop this over here. And what made those way easier is that I had the book scans. This time I just have the physical book. And I think we'll have to make up the voices as we go along. Mr. Monk and the Blue Flu, a novel by Lee Goldberg. Should I read all this? Should I read all this tiny copyright info? That'd be a good way to fall asleepings, right? One. Mr. Monk takes a walk in the park. The corpse might as well have been a minefield, surrounded by Off to a great start. Amazing. The corpse might as well have been a minefield, surrounded by razor wire and guarded by trigger-happy snipers. There was no way Adrian Monk would go near it. Monk stood on the red gravel jogging path Monk stood on the red gravel jogging path that ran around McKinley Park at Vermont and 20th on Potrero Hill. He wore one of his 6 identical wool coats, one of his 12 identical off-white shirts, tieless and buttoned up to the collar, one of his 12 identical pairs of pleated brown slacks, specially tailored for him with 8 belt loops instead of the usual 7, and one of his 12 identical pairs of brown leather shoes. Hush puppies, oh my, that's why I said buffies, because it's hush puppies buffed to a shine, that's why. And one of his 12 identical pairs of brown leather shoes. Hush puppies buffed to a shine each night. He held a pair of binoculars up to his eyes. From where he stood, he had a clear view west across Mission District and No Valley to Sutro Tower, which rose out of the fog that always seemed to surround the Twin Peaks in the morning. But that wasn't what he was looking at. His binoculars were trained on the dead young woman sprawled only 10 yards below him. The weedy area around her body was cordoned off with yellow crime scene tape that was twined around several trees. The woman was twisted in an unnatural angle, her mouth open in a silent, frozen scream. Her shirt was hiked up, revealing the pale skin of her flat stomach and her tattooed lower back. The tattoo was a plus sign, with little matching plus signs in each of the 4 quadrants of the larger one. She was wearing lycra shorts that showed off her long, muscled legs. She was a jogger. The 2 previous victims were also joggers. And like them, she'd been strangled. Okay, so it might be a little weird because the mic is kind of blocking the page a little bit, which doesn't typically happen when I have the book scan. Thanks, Open Library. She was a jogger. The 2 previous victims were also joggers, and like them, she'd been strangled. I'm not a cop or medical examiner, but I'd picked up a little basic knowledge about homicide investigation over the years as Monk's assistant. Even I could tell from the bruising around her neck that someone had throttled her. But my imagination wouldn't leave it at that. I put myself in her shoes. Or shoe, I should say, since she was missing her left one, just like the other victims who had been killed over the last month. She had been jogging along the path in the early morning stillness, enjoying the quiet and the view, her breathing steady and deep. I guess what I should do is I should move. My primary display is currently empty. I think I'm noticing on the OBS preview that the focus is fluctuating. Okay. Now I've got a much better view of what you guys are looking at. If you're on your phone, this is a pretty appropriate size that I have on my monitor here. But my imagination wouldn't leave it at that. I put myself in her shoes. Or shoe, I should say, since she was missing her left one, just like the other victims who had been killed over the last month. I believe I remember what that clue leads to, but I don't want to say in case I remember it correctly, and I think I guess because it's a detective story and it's a mystery, I don't want to, unlike the previous 2 books that I read, I don't think I should make my predictions and my fun theories, because maybe for the next 2 Monk books I think I might do that, but for this one I think I will leave my commentary. Oh my god, I bunked the mic. I think I might leave my commentary that relates to the mystery out of it, since I have read this one and my subconscious may have remembered some things. So keep that in mind. It may or may not be important. 1 shoe. She had been jogging along the path in the early morning stillness, enjoying the quiet and the view, her breathing steady and deep. And then he attacked her, knocking her off her feet. He wrapped his hands tightly around her throat. Her lungs ached for air. Her heart pumped madly. Her head and chest felt like they were going to burst. She had suffered horribly. I got scared just thinking about it, and I wasn't even in any danger. It's the kind of overactive imagination It's the kind of overactive imagination that would make me a lousy cop. Since I'm not one, and have no official status with the police, I tend to keep my mouth shut at crime scenes and be as unobtrusive as possible. I feel like I'm in the way, and that if I speak up, it will only call attention to the fact that I'm someplace where I really shouldn't be. Captain Leland Stottlemyre chewed on a toothpick and studied the body. He was imagining the same stuff I was. Maybe I need to go grab a throat soothing tea. Maybe also doing a book reading during winter. Did I do Harry Potter in the winter? I believe it was summer. And I believe Halo was like September. No, wait. No, Halo was like during summer, because I remember one of the chapters we read was it was a birthday stream. What happened? What happened? What is it? What happened? What time is it? It is 9:23. How long is the first chapter? 14 pages. We are on page 3. How long is chapter 2? 26. We'll see what I feel like after the first chapter. I might read 1, I might read 2. But I think I'm going to want to go take care of Patches for a little bit today, since she is very needy. I guess I should technically keep one of my earbuds off so I can hear her. Make sure she is not spilling into the mic. What happened? Okay, let me go give her a couple head pats. I'll be right back. I'll be back in 1 second. I am actually a little bit hungry, so let me go also make some food, and then I will be back and we will finish the first chapter. So go get your snacks. If you're enjoying the stream, if you're relaxing, consider supporting with the links here. Get your snacks, get your drinks, get your waters, and we will be back with the monk in a couple minutes. Okay, I got my food. I am ready to burn the roof of my mouth. And it will be aching for the next week. And also, I have not listened to any Dry Creek Wrangler School in a while, so I've got so many videos backed up. But I think I found a short enough one here. 13 minutes. Or actually, let's do 20 minutes. You gotta be flexible. And based off the title, I think a lot of people are... they definitely are not flexible. That's my phone. Hold on a second. It's my phone. I feel like I say this a lot, but it is possible that that I am lucky. Be it with my temperament, or just striking the lottery in terms of already having a worldview, a perspective, having experience, and being flexible, because I guess my upbringing, my combination of events that led to, I guess, my formative years and those formative years as well. Where is it's my foods. It's gonna burn the roof of my mouth. My formative years were, I guess they encouraged me and sort of pushed me toward flexibility, because I greatly value having I greatly value multiple disciplines. I greatly value having knowledge, interests, and at least a little bit of experience in interdisciplinary, I guess we'll call them practices. And so I guess having been raised and grown up in a religious household, and then being sent to an advanced Jesuit program, the Jesuits, who themselves were into having interdisciplinary skills, that sort of encouraged me to, and gave me that growth, that further push, and a good foundation for having multiple perspectives, and I feel like that gave me the ability to be flexible and to think things through from different lenses. And I do feel that a lot of people lack flexibility like that, and or interdisciplinary, maybe not interest, but maybe curiosity might be the word. Maybe I believe that's one way I can word it right now, but that might not be the proper terminology. That might not be exactly how it is. But we'll see what Dwayne from Dry Creek Wrangler School has to say, and maybe he'll also impart some knowledge on me that I had not considered, or maybe he'll have the words that I lack right now. Let's see. While I burn the roof of my mouth.
Good morning. Dwayne here at Dry Creek Wrangler School, December 14th. Mom and I just got back last night from our trip down to Vegas and Cowboy Christmas, and so I'm getting caught up on business stuff this morning, and emails and texts, and making a video, and just trying to get back in the swing of things. I tell you what, that Vegas that place is something else. There's There's an old black and white movie came out years ago. Ma and Pa Kettle come down from the hills. That's how Mom and I felt in Vegas. Very out of place. But we went and had an interesting time and met a lot of nice folks came up and recognized me and came up and spoke some. They were very encouraging, said some very nice things, and I appreciate that. Sometimes it's just encouraging to know that what you're trying to do, you're actually accomplishing a little bit. And so I met a lot of nice folks, and on the way down, I got a call from a lady, and she contacted me on social media, and so she booked me on a podcast for Brad Leaf while we were there. He's based in Vegas, so we spent a day doing that, and very interesting time, very interesting conversation with him. Had a good time. We were supposed to set up, as we had talked for weeks in advance, with Rand's Hatters in their booth. We did a short Instagram, just a reel on the way down, letting folks know there would not be a booth and we wouldn't be set up at a booth. And I didn't give a reason why, because it wasn't my place to do so until he said something. But Brad, him and his wife, they're the owners of Rand's Hatters, and his father had passed away like the day before. And so they had to go back home, so they weren't able to be there. And Mom and I, we hesitated before going down. We're like, well, then why are we going? And we already had bookings, and the motel room for 3 nights was paid for. But Vegas didn't sound like our kind of place. And so we're like, but I felt like we should go. I said, well, we told a lot of folks that we would be there. We won't be able to be set up in one spot, but we should go. And I felt like we should. So with some hesitation and trepidation, we headed on down. And then, like I said, halfway down, we got the phone call, hey, can you come do this? And I wound up spending from 10 o'clock and 9:45 in the morning until like 4:30 in the evening with Brad. It was a good day. It was an all day thing. And then we met folks, and we did, and things happened that would not have happened if we had been in the booth. Deanna she got her picture taken with Trace Adkins. I'm starting to suspect she has a fondness for tall country fellows with a deep voice. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm starting to suspect. But anyhow, she saw him. She's like, I have to get a picture. And he was very nice, very cordial. So she got a picture with him, and we just explored a bit and did what we did, and then came home. The experience illustrates and accentuates, if you will, one of the truths that I've been contemplating on and chewing on for a while now, about life and about business. I have more and more of these podcast fellas, these successful men, business fellas, come to me about talking on podcasts. And one of the things that I see in my life and the lives of others that I know personally, that's not really brought up a lot in life, but I think is extremely important, is flexibility, learning to go with the flow. Now, that doesn't mean losing your focus. It doesn't mean losing your drive. But it's like moose hunting in Alaska. If you've ever moose hunted in Alaska, all right, or big game hunting anywhere in the mountains, in a rough country, you see the game across the valley, whether it's an elk or a bighorn sheep or moose or bear, whatever it is, whatever you're hunting, all right? And perhaps the valley's very steep, all right? It comes down, comes back up, and you're able to make the shot across the valley. But now you have to get across the valley to get your game, and because it has to be processed, and then it has to be carried out. So that's your goal, and you know what your goal is, all right? So you head down and you hit a patch of alders. And if you haven't experienced alders in Alaska, I can't describe them to you, all right? But you're like, oh, I can't go that way. So you have to be flexible. So we're going to go up and around to the west and go down and around this patch of alders. You go down and we run into this riding out here in this country. There's some, all of a sudden you come up over a rise and you can't go that way. I remember this summer I was riding by road. The ranch that we ride on for the school is like 6 miles away, and it's quite a bit higher than we are. And so I went up there one day. I rode horseback up there, and I left early. I had a young horse. I had a horse that needed some attention, needed some miles and some attention. I said, well, I'm going to leave early, and I'm going to ride her up there. Well, I made the mistake of being part way up, and I said, I'm going to take a shortcut, because here I am, and that's where I want to go. And instead of following this road that's winding around these hills and going around, I'm just going to cut across country, and I'm going to go up there. And so I went around this hill, this high knoll, went around, and there's a gash in the earth, just steep down. I'm like, well, we're not riding that. And so then I had to go around, and the route, the shortcut I took wound up being 3 times longer than if I just stayed on the road. Right, but sometimes life is like that. Sometimes you see the goal. Now, my goal was to get to the ranch. That did not change. But the path that I chose to get to the ranch, just like the path you might choose to come down off of this ridge to get up to the other side, to the game that you shot, your goal doesn't change. Your destination does not change. But maybe you will come to something you're like, well, I can't go this way. I can't get across this way. I still want to go to the same place, but I need to take a different route. And so if you get to a place and you're like, I can't cross here, I can't do this, and you just stand there wringing your hands, oh my goodness, what do I do? You'll never get where you're going. Well, a lot of goals in life, and let's use business, all right? Let's talk business, all right? You want to start your own business. You don't want to keep working for other people. So you see your goal, all right? You know where you want to get, and you head that way, and you run into an obstacle, and you can't get there. You've got to be flexible. You have to realize that. And it's like, okay, I'm still going to go to where I'm going, but I need to take a different route. Now, a lot of times in that journey to get to your destination, to be successful, whatever your definition of success is, and that's a whole nother subject, whatever you'll come to a place, and that barricade, that chasm, that ravine, that patch of alders that is in front of you is you. Because in the journey to get there, you're going to discover things about yourself that you never realized before. And you're going to discover this isn't really me.
Never trust anyone, not even yourself.
I'm not good at this. This is not, I thought this was one of my strengths, but I really bite at this, okay? And then you come on and you realize, it's like, man, I never realized, but I'm pretty good at this side of things. Maybe I need to focus at this side of things. And so you have that flexibility, and so you can change. You don't change your destination, but sometimes you change the path that you use to get to your destination. You want to get from here. We wanted to get from here to Vegas. Well, we had several routes we could take, and we chose the route based on mountain passes, the weather forecast. We want to get from here to there, but there's several different routes to get from here to there. You don't have to go this route, okay? You don't have to borrow a ton of money, and you don't have to buy a bunch of condominiums, and you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that, because your definition of success might turn out to be different, and your path might be different, okay? And so that's just something. So our goal was to go to Vegas. Now, we thought we were going to go to Vegas, and we were going to set up in the booth with Brad and his family and the bunch there. And that's what we were going to spend the week doing. That changed. And so instead of saying, well, we're not going to Vegas for business, for work, we said, well, it's going to look different than what we expected. But our destination is we're still going to Vegas for business, for work, but we don't know what that means. And so then we wound up on this podcast with Brad Lee, and it was a fascinating conversation. I expected to be out here before too long. I'm not sure. But it was the flexibility, not giving up on our destination and the goal, but accepting the flexibility of we're going to go a different route, and it's going to look different than what we expected. You have to do that with your horse. I have to do that all the time with horses. I got a couple videos out there about the horse that we sold before we left Tennessee, named Tank. All right, I won't go through all that again, but that's what we had to do with him.
Wait, a horse named Tank? That's a good name for a horse. If I get a horse, I'm going to name it Tank.
When I started out, he showed signs, his attitude and the way he thought and everything. I thought, well, this is what he is, so this is the direction. My goal is to get him to here. So I started out on a path to get him to there. But I had to realize after a while, this is not the right path. This is not what this horse needs. My destination, my end goal is the same, but I'm going to take a different path. All right, and sometimes you'll get a horse and you think that that horse is spooky, he's scary. It's amazing how many people will get a horse they don't know, and when the horse is reactive, they'll say, well, this horse has been abused. I don't know the background of this horse, but obviously this horse has been abused, so what I need to do is I just need to love and pet on this horse. You know, a lot of times the horse hasn't been abused, the horse has been spoiled. And so you got to come to the point where you say, you know what, my end goal hasn't changed. I want a partnership with a good, dependable horse that I can trust and count on. That's my goal, has been from the start. But now as I work with this horse, I realize I need to take a different path, because now I've headed down this hill to get up the other side, and I get down the bottom of the ravine down there, and there's no crossing to get across the whitewater boulder-strewn river that's down here. I got to go up where it's a little more narrow and there's rocks that I can cross. I'm still going to come back down to where I originally headed for, but I have to take a different route. This horse is not abused. This horse is just spoiled and kind of disrespectful. So I got to go a different route. And there's a lot of things in life that require flexibility, but there's a lot of people in life that can't be flexible. Why? Well, one of the reasons people can't be flexible is pride. To be flexible, you got to have a little bit of humility. You say, this path I chose was the wrong path. I was wrong. And so I need to find out what is right, and I need to go right. All right. And sometimes it's fear, because sometimes when you realize that you've taken the wrong path, you have to backtrack. And let me tell you, when you're headed down off a steep mountain slope and you get way down there and then you realize that was the wrong path and you can't get across down there, it's pretty daunting to try and look and go back uphill of that slope. So you can go down the ridge and cross and come back up, or
But that sucks. Real life should be like a video game where I can look up the walkthrough on YouTube and I can just do that. I can just copy that. That's what real life should be. What the heck? You mean I gotta think and I gotta make mistakes? What? No.
whatever it is.
No.
But you've got to have some flexibility in life. All right, husbands and wives.
Is it just me because I have personally never felt the urge or the desire or I have been against ever looking at a walkthrough or a guidebook unless I'm trying to like 100% a game or I'm trying to get one very specific thing done. I don't know if it's if it's similar to my aversion to spoilers, but I remember that I went to the midnight release for Smash Brothers Brawl at a GameStop, and I saw some people buying a guidebook, and then anytime I've ever seen that, or I visited some friend's house and they were playing a game and they wanted to look up a guide online or whatever. This was back like early internet, like when game FAQs was the place to go. Probably even before YouTube. I was always just so. I personally, I guess not only that, but also maybe the second part that I'm about to mention might be a bit different. People who look up glitches and or cheats, like developer cheats, like giving yourself infinite health by doing the proper button combination. I can maybe see that if you've already played the game and everything, you've completed it, you've had all your fun. But if you're just starting out, the way I perceive it, the way for me, my experience with games is I want to have this experience, and I want to see what the developers had in mind, what they planned. And it goes contrary to that perspective to even consider a guidebook at all, to even consider spoilers. And I cannot, my mind, my life experience does not comprehend, does not compute why you would want a guide. You're literally, if there's any cool surprises, you already know what's gonna happen. Why would you do that to yourself? It doesn't make it as enjoyable. And I don't know. I don't. I'm gonna have to go look at. I need to do a psychological study onto the kinds of people who play video games, and before they even get to the main menu, they have to read up every single guide, watch every YouTube video, know exactly what happens, know exactly which items do what, know exactly where to find them, know all the secrets, know all the secret spots, all the secret things to unlock all the endings. I gotta find all the secret boss lore to get the secondary extra fight for that boss. Yeah, I don't it just not for me. I gotta I'm fascinated by it because you're making art less enjoyable for yourself by intentionally skipping ahead or trying to understand the subtext of something that's going to happen later that you should experience firsthand. I don't know. I don't know why I find that frustrating. That there are people like that. Why aren't you exactly like me? You should be like me. Stop being like who you are. Why are you the way that you are?
Relationships, you thought this was a path to go to make the relationship right. And it's not working. Your end goal is still the same, to make the relationship right. But now maybe you have to have some flexibility. and you have to say, you know what, maybe I need to go about this a bit different. You had your first child and you're like, I know all there is to know about raising children. It's amazing how many people out there who've never had children before know everything there is to know about how to raise children. So you start raising your child and you wind up at they're 3 years old and you've got a complete monster. And you love your child. No question there, you love your child, but you don't like your child. And let me tell you, that's way more common than people realize. There's a lot of people out there that they love their children, but they don't really like their children because their children are not really likable. It's not the child's fault. Okay, it's not the child's fault. Everything that we thought we knew about raising children to get the destination of getting the child up to what they should be as an adult, we took the wrong path. We just took the wrong path. And you've got to have the humility and the flexibility to say, we got to change how we're doing this because the results are not working out. You know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, the same way, and getting the same results. I don't think I said that quite right. Expecting different results, okay? So have some flexibility, all right? So we had some flexibility. We headed home. We pulled out Monday and headed home, and we got to Utah. We got to Yuba City in Utah. Spent the night, was going to get up and leave the next morning, and I had caught a bad stomach bug.
Oh no, he went to Cuba and he got the gusano. Oh no.
And I was in no shape to travel. And so I'm like, we'll just stay here another night. And I'll just rest during the day. We'll get this settled and then we'll head home. The plan was to get up, to leave, and to go, and this was our schedule. Our schedule is subject to change. Ain't no point getting twisted about it. We change the school every year. We change something about the school every year. Because every year we do an inventory and we're like, what's working and what's not working? And let's change it. Let's change what needs to be changed, but let's do so without losing our original destination. Okay? All right. I don't know if that helps you or not. Fella sent me a box of 2 boxes of Cuban cigars just before.
More gusanos with the Cuban cigars. There's gusanos in there. He mentioned the having to be flexible and trying to get your relationship to work. Although in this case, he said specifically with a horse, with taming and is it still called breaking horse breakers? Because all I know about horse training is from the Iliad, where thus held they funeral rites for Hector, breaker of horses. That's all I know about that. I don't know if that's still the terminology, but in my limited experience with people, I think it would greatly behoove 80+% of individuals who are interested in dating and being flexible with what they are looking for and who they are considering. It's not your... What? Look, Patches is on my plate. She wants my food. It's not your food. It's not your food. I feel like if people... What? What happened? What's happened? You have to be flexible and stop reading to take care of Patches because she's a baby. Look over here. Over here. Look over here. Oh, rip. Well, she didn't look directly at the camera, but close enough. Had to be flexible to move between big feet and nail polish and reading Monk and eating foods and telling dreams. And she is back on the bed, so. Anyway, yeah, I for people who are curious and interested in relationships, definitely consider being more flexible, especially with your standards. I guess 2 things: standards that you're looking for. I guess that's a key thing. But standards for what you're looking for in somebody else, but also take into consideration and keep in mind that the person on the other side, it probably also has standards. What are you doing to try to meet their standards? What are you doing that's appealing to them? It's very important. I don't know if people, if if people who need their pills daily, people who need their meds daily, I don't know if they consider that part of the equation ever. I'm pretty sure they don't. But that standards, and also what's the other thing? My mind is blank. I forgot. Standards, expectations. There was one more thing, I think, but I lost it. Repeatedly. Okay, I'm gonna go take my dishes. Then we'll be back with Monk in like 2 seconds. Off you go. Okay. The hormonal kitty is back laying down in the bed, and she seems to be quiet. Hopefully it stays that way for at least the rest of this chapter. Okay, this is it. This is the run. I feel it. We're gonna perfectly read and never make any mistakes for the rest of the stream. We're not gonna misread or mispronounce anything whatsoever. Okay, give me this. Let's go. Okay, we left off here on page 3, where Captain Leland Stottlemyre is examining the crime scene. Wait. Let me put these things back the way I want them. Move this here. And grab all of this stuff there. Okay. We're over here for anybody watching who wants to follow along. I guess I'll reread that last paragraph as well, where she had suffered horribly. I got scared just thinking about it, and I wasn't even in any danger. It's the kind of overactive imagination that would make me a lousy cop. Since I'm not one, and have no official status with the police, I tend to keep my mouth shut at crime scenes and be as unobtrusive as possible. I feel like I'm in the way, and that if I speak up, it will only call attention to the fact that I'm someplace where I really shouldn't be. Captain Leland Stottlemyre chewed on a toothpick and studied the body. Maybe he was imagining the same stuff I was. Maybe he was wondering what the victim had been like, whether she could carry a tune, or how her face changed when she smiled. Maybe he was asking himself why his wife left him. What the heck, she's so mean! Maybe he was asking himself why his wife left him, and if there was anything he could do to get her back. Or maybe he was just trying to decide where to eat lunch. Cops can be amazingly dispassionate about death. I think at a certain point, once you've witnessed enough crimes and stuff, it's just another day in the office. That must be the mindset going in. That there should be a point where I get like that for big feet stuff. Like, oh yeah, I've seen 5 bajillion big feets. The next time I see a big feet, it won't be a big deal at all, and I will instantly 100% pull out a camera and start recording, and not at all be spooked or stunned or paralyzed by the big feet's infrasound, by the big feet's what's the attack? Thunder wave. I will not be paralyzed by the big feet's thunder wave. That's the spot I gotta get to. Cops can be amazingly dispassionate about death. Lieutenant Randy Disher was standing beside him, busily scrawling something in his notebook. My guess was that he was doodling, because there wasn't really anything for him to take notes on. Not yet, anyway. And while he was good at running down? Not yet, anyway. And while he was good at running down facts and eager to please his captain, deduction wasn't his strength. The truth is, they were both waiting for Monk, the brilliant detective, and my boss, to share his observations. Or, better yet, solve the murder right then and there. It wasn't that crazy a thing for them to hope for. Monk had done it before. That's why the SFPD paid him to consult on the trickiest homicide. Fuck. Well, there goes the heater. No! I'll just reread it for the final recording. That's why the SFPD paid him to consult on the trickiest homicide cases. He used to be a cop himself. Once, until his obsessive-compulsive disorder made staying on the force impossible for him. You really like big feet. I am curious about the spooky world and spooky monsters, whether they be big feet or ghost ladies who pop out of the TV and crawl toward you, or if they are evil succubus demon girls with tails and a certain tattoo on their tummy. I am very curious about spooky things and monsters, yes. And that is why I really like Big Feet. Because I am here to discover and learn about the world and God's majestic creatures. Yes. Same, yes. See, look, you get it. He used to be a cop himself once, until his obsessive-compulsive disorder made staying on the force impossible for him. I stood beside Monk. Beside us, several uniformed officers and crime scene techs were going over the playground and jogging path, searching for clues. Stottlemyre looked up at us expectantly. "Are you going to be joining us?" "I don't think so," Monk said. "The body's down here, Monk." "Yes, I can see that." Monk grimaced with disgust, lowering his binoculars. But it wasn't the body that made him uncomfortable. It was where it was located, right in the middle of the dog park. There were no dogs in the park now, but when we arrived, some officers were still cleaning up the evidence that dogs had been there, if you catch my drift. "This is the crime scene," Stottlemyre pointed to the body. "So is this," Monk said. "The crime scene is where the body is," Stottlemyre said. "I beg to differ," Monk said. "You can't investigate the murder from up there." "I can investigate the murder if I'm dead." I can't investigate, rather. "I can't investigate the murder if I'm dead." "Standing here isn't going to kill you," Stottlemyre said. "If I had to stand there," Monk said, I would kill myself. He's gonna off himself. He's gonna cringe himself. And then here comes the reason why he's wanting to kill himself if he's there. If I had to stand there, Monk said, I would kill myself. We've cleaned up all the dog poop, Stottlemyre said. I guarantee you won't step in anything. The ground is saturated with it, Monk said. He's so obsessed with dog poops. He knows exactly where it is. He's like, he's got the... he's got the markers on his open world map of all the dog poops. That maybe that's if they ever make a Monk game, they should do that, where it's kind of like Arkham City, where you have little markers all over the map. You gotta find and collect all the dog poop spots, and then once you have that, you can go to the store and get all the cleaning supplies and clean up these streets. Okay, so Stottlemyre says, I guarantee you won't step in anything. The ground is saturated with it, Monk said. This entire park should be dug up, put in a rocket, and sent into deep space. Stottlemyre sighed. There was no way he was going to win this one. He had to know that. Okay, fine. What can you tell me? The killer was hiding in the playground equipment over in the sandbox. Monk gestured behind himself to a What the heck? The heater went off and now I'm fucking hot. Oh my god. Okay. Still not really sure how I should do this because the mic is like right here, and so when I have the book open like this, I can't really see this part here. I need to figure out how to do this. And then I guess there's also the problem of, do I hold it? I want to hold it up like this for the camera, but then if I do that, I gotta move my entire seating position. Or actually, let me pull forward my monitors. Or actually, you know what I can do? I can slide over. That might be a good way to do it. Is this good? I guess I could leave it like this on the table, but then the text would be pretty small, but ultimately that's not really important. It's really just the audio that's the most important. I know what I can do. I can put something back here to elevate it, but what do I do? What do I do? Whatever, we'll leave it like this. This is good enough. Okay, so Monk says we should dig up the entire park and send it to space because dogs have been here and they have pooped on it. Stottlemyre sighed. There was no way he was going to win this one. He had to know that. Okay, fine. What can you tell me? The killer was hiding in the playground equipment over in the sandbox. Monk gestured behind himself. I guess if I'm reading it like, if I'm holding it like this, I need to have my thumb here. I don't know. Is it just me? Do you guys read like this where you... Sometimes I feel like I need my finger right where I'm reading. Sometimes I don't, and I don't know why. I don't know when or why. It's so weird. Monk gestured behind himself to a fort-like structure that was part slide, part jungle gym. When the victim ran past on the track, he tackled her. pinned her to the ground, and killed her. She was easy to overcome because she was already winded from running. He took her left shoe and then rolled her off the edge of the hill into the toxic waste dump. You do that too, yeah, but like, do you always do it? Do you always have your thumb when you're reading? Because sometimes I'm perfectly fine just having my hands on the side like this and I can perfectly follow where I am. But sometimes I just need it and I don't. No, I usually use a ruler. Ah, yeah, I used to do that too actually. Back when I was like a kid in school, I think I had like come here. I used to have like one of these, some other book or whatever, just do this. I don't know. Weird habits about myself that I never really think about or consider. He took her left shoe and then rolled her off the edge of the hill into the toxic waste dump. Dog park, Stottlemyre said. Same thing, Monk said. I've got the mayor, the chief, and the news media all over me on these killings, and we've got nothing. I don't even know who this poor woman is. She's not carrying any ID, Stottlemyre said. I need you to tell me something I don't already know. Have you got anything at all? Monk sighed. Not really. Stottlemyre sighed. Damn. Except she's from Russia, probably the Republic of Georgia. What the heck? Georgia the country or the state? Except she is from Russia, probably the Republic of Georgia, where she was active in the United National Movement, which favors closer ties with the European Union. I'm getting heavy. I don't know if back then when I first read this, I also had like a even for a monk this isn't accurate kind of thing, but so far it does seem like like the dog shit writing of Sherlock. What's that meme? We gotta find that meme now. It's just too good. Me. Guess we'll do this real quick while I reorganize. And then we can grab this and this. I'm pretty sure I have shown this before. 4chan hates Sherlock. 4chan dislikes Sherlock. It's just such a it perfectly encapsulates. Oh my god, why are you like this? Why you gotta do this to me? It perfectly encapsulates the writing in that show. From so this show was recommended to me by somebody who I was attending college with. I went to universities, and she liked the show, but I suspect part of the reason why is because of the accents and everything British is cool and Sherlock is so smart. Whoa! But is it? It's just too good. Okay, so here is why doesn't a TV like it? I don't like it because it's shit. And then it's a sitcom, not a detective show. And then here's the most perfect paragraph to ever be written on 4chan. which reads, because it has smart characters written stupidly. Anton Sugar from No Country for Old Men is a smartly written smart character. When Sugar kills a hotel room full of 3 people, he books the room next door so he can examine it, finding which walls he can shoot through, where the light switch is, what sort of cover is there, etc. This is a smart thing to do because Sugar is a smart person who is written by another smart person who understands how smart people think. Were Sherlock Holmes to kill a hotel room full of 3 people, he'd enter using a secret door in the hotel that he read about in a book 10 years ago. He'd throw peanuts at one guy, causing him to go into anaphylactic shock. I'm having major deja vu. I think I've read this on stream like 20 times. Somebody needs to make a version of this for the Rings of Power about how stupid that show is, and I will read it another 20 to 50 times, and I will laugh every single time, and it'll be great and fascinating and on point every single time. He'd throw peanuts at one guy, causing him to go into anaphylactic shock, as he had deduced from a dartboard with a picture of George Washington Carver on it pinned to the wall that the man had a severe peanut allergy. The second man would then kill himself, just according to plan, as Sherlock had earlier deduced that him and the first man were homosexual lovers who couldn't live without each other due to a faint scent of penis on each man's breath and a slight dilation of their pupils whenever they looked at each other. As for the third man, why Sherlock doesn't kill him at all. The third man removes his sunglasses and wig to reveal he actually was Sherlock the entire time. But Sherlock just entered through the secret door and killed 2 people. How can there be 2 of him? The first Sherlock removes his masks to reveal he's actually Moriarty, attempting to frame Sherlock for 2 murders. Sherlock, however, anticipated this. The 2 dead men stand up. They're undercover police officers. It was all a ruse. But Sherlock, Moriarty cries, that police officer blew his own head off. Look at it. There's skull fragments all on the wall. How is he fine now? How did you fake that? Sherlock just winks at the screen. The end. This is retarded because Sherlock is a smart person written by a stupid person to whom smart people are indistinguishable from wizards. And that does seem to perfect. The one thing that this post missed out on about the Sherlock show is that the Bilbo Baggins Watson was unconscious and tied up and kidnapped throughout this entire ordeal, and he just happens to wake up right at the end as Sherlock is solving the mystery. That's the one final thing that they missed out on highlighting, because this Bilbo Baggins Watson's role in this show is just that: getting kidnapped, getting knocked unconscious, and then getting tied up probably to a chair and waking up at the last second. So there, you don't have to watch that show anymore. You've seen everything. And and this paragraph here about Monk telling Captain Stottlemyre about the tattoo. Oops, spoilers. Monk telling Captain Stottlemyre about her identity. That's giving me Sherlock vibes. You know what's fascinating? You know what's funny? You know what's really funny? I am cold again. It's been like 2 minutes. Time to put my sweater back on. It really sucks having no ability to maintain body heat. That's why I always need my coffees. Coffee. She's looking at me with her eyes. She's staring at me. She's staring into my soul, judging me. Okay, let's finish this chapter. Let's move the keyboard out of the way. Let's grab the book. Let's get the camera back up here. The blankie is currently on the bed, being laid upon by the kitties. And it is illegal to move a comfy kitty who is sleeping. Okay. Okay, so Captain Stottlemyre asks, have you got anything at all? Monk sighed, not really. Stottlemyre sighed, damn. Except she's from Russia, probably the Republic of Georgia, where she was active in the United National Movement, which favors closer ties with the European Union. So did she. She married a Jewish man from Eastern Europe. Wait, wait. She. There's a she twice. So did she. Are there two she's? Is that a typo? Okay, I'm sure he'll explain. Okay, she's from Russia, probably the Republic of Georgia, where she was active in the United National Movement, which favors closer ties with the European Union. So did she. She married a Jewish man from Eastern Europe. Stottlemyre and Disher shared a stunned look. I was pretty stunned, too. Is that all? Stottlemyre asked dryly. Her shoes are new, Monk said. Disher glanced down at the body. How did you know that? How did you know that? The soles aren't worn down, and the leather isn't creased at all. Or wait, not at all. What the heck? Where am I getting all these? Oh, it's from the next line down. There's the word is laces, and I thought it was at all because there's an L and an A there. My brain is just so wonky. It'd be all so much easier if I had. Maybe that's why I should scan the books myself. It'll take a long time to do all of this, but that's why I gotta invest in a book scanner. That's what I gotta do. How much do those cost? Jamie, pull that shit up. I don't imagine they are cheap. Book scanner. $279. From what I have seen of the book scans on Open Library, I think it's one of these here. Oh, what? Oh my! Why would you do that? Why would you make a website and then you have an alert thingy and a sound? This isn't the 90s anymore. That is not acceptable. But based off what I've seen on Open Library, I think they have one of these where it's you bring down the, I think it's like a glass plate in the shape of this V, like this. Because, and what I hate about Open Library though also is that only half of the scan is clear. The other half is blurred, and it always hurts my eyes when I shift from one page to the next. Let's see if I can get a... What's this one? No. Oh, I can borrow this one. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Okay, so look, here is Harry Potter. And wait, what was that? Yeah, see, look, you jumped at that sound because it's stupid. Why would they? So stupid. Okay, so if we look at okay, this one isn't as bad, but I can still tell clearly, especially if we go. I typically, when I'm reading on my leisure time, I read. I have it on one page mode, rather than 2-page. This one's not so bad. But here, look, you can see how this is not as clear. Up here, at least, this first paragraph isn't as good. Here, it gets better. There are some book scans that one page is entirely clear and perfectly fine and crisp, like this. And then this entire page, the next page following would be blurry like this. In this case, it gets clear here, but oh, here it is again. I think this top part here is where it's blurry, and then once it gets to this line or so, comforting thought before he fell asleep was that even if the Potters were involved, there was no reason for him to come near him and Mrs. Dursley. I think around this line here it starts getting clear. But one book that I'm reading, it's one page super clear, one page blurry, one page super clear, one page blurry, and it hurts my eyes. I hate it. They need to invest in much better book scanners. Ivy. Okay, let's finish the fight. Her shoes are new, Monk said. Disher glanced down at the body. How do you know that? The soles aren't worn down, and the leather isn't creased yet, Monk said. The only dirt on the laces is the red dust from the track. That's very observant, Stottlemyre said. But I think Randy meant, how did you know the other stuff? One of her teeth is capped with steel, which you see a lot in Soviet dentistry. There's the Sherlock. I read it in a book once, 200 years ago. The thingy wingy. I'm trying to think. Would this character, I guess, lore-wise, I don't know if his brother's in this book. Lore-wise, his brother he writes manuals for products, and so he might he might share they might share some information together, and that's why they're aside from him being the weird character that he is, who is OCD. Okay, maybe I will have to do this another time because there's just too many things going on. What is it? Okay, no, yeah, we're gonna do this later. Also, I don't know why I'm using this as my bookmark, but this is my bookmark. Why is it on focus on the book now? I want to focus here. Focus there. Yeah, she needs me to play with her. Focus. Page 6. Fuck, it was there for like a second. There we go. Unlucky. Unlucky, unlucky. Okay, well. We're gonna end it here, but I think that does also give me a bit of time to think about how I'm gonna be doing their voices. Now that I have some clue how they're gonna be interacting. And also open library. I know you're wanting to get more books. You guys should get this one. Get the first one of the series. And then that would be super cool. Super duper cool, and Patches would like it. Patches, come here. Okay. Is there anything real quick before we gotta go? Anything else? Where's my list of stuff? No. The one thing I still gotta do is I have some emote slots that I still need to populate. I got quite a bit of emote slots actually. Oh fuck, no. So I have 4 open slots for free emotes. I think I'm definitely gonna add the. It's currently on. I believe it is at least. This one, the Kuromi Peak, is currently on 7TV. I think I'll add that one to the free one, as well as this one, the Heya. These 2. I'm probably gonna add those to the standard, the free tier. I'm not really sure. I don't know what this Twitch alert stuff is that they're trying to promote, but if I could get 2 more animated emotes, then maybe I'll do that. I need more ideas for animated emotes. So I've got 4 animated slots open. I have also a tier 2 emote slot available. And 1 more. I guess I can move these 2, the Cringe Gar and the Stars. I definitely need to. My problem with the free emotes is that they don't work on Discord, which is pretty fucking stupid that they don't work. I have yeah, that's literally the worst thing about the free emote, the follower emotes for followers. I do need to get back into doing some art stuff because I have a lot of art projects I gotta get to. So yeah, that's something I gotta keep in mind. But yeah, okay, I gotta go take care of a kitty. So that's gonna be all for now. don't forget you can support the show. I believe support works here. I don't know why YouTube is so slow with. Is Nightbot even working on YouTube right now? I think it does work, but he's just asleepings or something. Anyway, if you enjoyed the show, don't forget you can support, and that will help me give super cool snacks and treats for Patches and RB, because they are small and they are cuddly, and they deserve the snacks. Yet it is, if I do 4, 5, it's about 5-second delay, whereas if I do that on on Twitch, it's almost immediate. On my screen, it looked like it was pretty immediate. Okay, so good luck. Have fun. Don't die. Don't be stupid. Try not to swallow your tongue. Try not to have nightmares. And don't forget that where's the music? Is it gonna okay, there we go. And I will see you next time. Bye bye.